I think we're back. Oh my gosh. I gotta get this fixed. I don't know what's going on. We'll get it fixed eventually. Okay. My goodness. Yeah, sorry about that. We had a little computer internet crash issue thing. Let's go over here. Where are the Ashira that are over this way? Is it these? Yeah, those are yellow. Oh, they're spear throwers, though. Spear throwers could be challenging to do this, to do quad kiting with. Because they're going to try to stop and throw spears. Warriors would be fine, but spear throwers are going to throw a wrench in it, you know? My goodness, man. I don't know what to do. We could try Black Tide Orcs. Find a group. I'm trying to do quad kiting. How are the spiders and keeper's bite? Too low? They might be okay, but do they do like a ranged attack? Do they have like a web that they do? We'll go try. We can go check them out. We don't have any more bandages left. What? No more bandages. It's all right. Let's go check them out. Let's go try out the spiders. There are some mobs over in Keeper's Bite that we can definitely do. So we're going to try that. We'll give it a shot. Maybe the dragons. You talking about the little drakes that fly around? Yeah, those have like a poison, but they're fine. You can actually I think they do a melee type of thing. Like they're fine for doing those, for quad kiting. I've quad kited them before. Let's go over here and check it out, though. Because you could do like the wolves and the bears. Those were a little bit too high for me. The higher level ones. But I checked that a while ago. So let me go see what level they are now. But this might work at least to get to like 23. Or sorry, 24. If I can get to 24, then we can go back to the glass flats. And I know that I could do the glass flats at 24. And I should get a new AoE spell at 24 as well. And the snare at 24. So that should make it a lot easier. I think it's silly that you can't cast while going on a ramp or up on a elevator up. Isn't that silly? You guys agree? I think it's very silly. I always wanted to buff and Phalandraw on the lift. Yeah, like I don't understand why you can't cast while on the lift. Or on the boat. I mean, you're technically standing still. So yeah, the drakes, these drakes are green, the forest drakeling. The elder black bears are blue though, which are the ones that I should be doing. Oh my god, I swim so slowly. I'm used to my fighter. My fighter can swim well. The lifts are very janky still. They are, yeah. Certainly because it's technically difficult to implement since you're moving. Yeah, well, I'm sure that's why. Yeah, it's the implementing it while or because you're moving. So the shadow wolves are green. Forest dranklings are green. I would have to do the elder black bears. We could do those, but let's go over here and check the spiders. Yeah, the recluse, these are green. So we can't do those. Grizzly bear, yellow. Forest stalker is red. Yikes. All right, let's go over here. What are these? Forest drake. Forest drakes are yellow. We could try the forest drakes. Do they cast? Oh, I don't want it to attack me right now. I think they can cast. But what do they cast is the question. And Sangreal Hunter, I don't think well, it does have spells, so it's probably going to snare me. Oh, there's a group over here anyway, it looks like. So Forest Stalker, Grizzly Bear. Forest Stalker, Grizzly Bear. These don't have... These Forest Drakes don't have mana, so they shouldn't cast. Let's try these. Oops. Oh. It's got innate abilities, it looks like. It might poison me. This may be bad. Okay, let's see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? I die? Yeah, because these cast that breath. That may not work. I don't know. It might actually help out. These have a lot of health, though. Okay. Well, that actually kind of worked. We could try this for a little bit. We'll do this with the drakes and the grizzly bears. Before stalkers, some of those are red, so we just got to watch out for those. But the grizzly bears are white and yellow. Yeah, we could do those. Oh, is it still raining? I can't tell. I guess it's still raining. Oh no. Well, we got a wolf. Let's see what happens with the wolf. It might be just low enough level where we can kill it even though it's red. We'll try. Having more fun soloing? No, I actually have way more fun in a group. I prefer group over solo. Oop. Did I actually see those? But the difference is I can actually do something when people are not on. while I'm solo, rather than having to always wait for a group, which is just feels bad. But that's also why I advocate for more group XP and incentivizing groups more. So. Oh. Okay, let's circle back around. Yeah, this is taking like a full mana bar to do this. Yikes. Yikes. Come on. Got to get a kill here. How much mana do I need? 80? I need this kill badly. So I get some of my mana back. There we go. Now we got 80. We gotta get this wolf. Gotta get this wolf lined up properly. The wizard's name is Criddle. It is not, but that is a very fun name for sure. Look at that. Got all three of those at once. Okay, the Forest Stalker. Okay, that's not bad. We can finish this guy off. I don't have Root up, though, do I? I do not. From seeing the direction classes are going, are you still going main fighter? Is possibility for another class? Nope. Maining fighter. Absolutely. It reinforced my want to play fighter. Yeah, see, this Forest Stalker is white. That is a huge, huge, huge level range for these Forest Stalkers. 21 to 24? At least? That's a pretty big level range. Usually it's only like 2 to 3 levels different. But I guess that would be 3 levels different. 21, 22, 23, and well, 24. But 4 levels different. Great place to farm low quality pelts. That area made me like 10 gold in bag sales over a few days. Nice. Uh-oh, I'm low on food and drink. Shoot. Alright, well, that's fine. I can get food and drink when I go back. Okay, I'm fine. That'll last me for a little bit. Just found a rusty scimitar for my level 5 druid. Can it be sharpened and is it worth it? Yes, it can be sharpened. Is it worth it? Not really. But yes, kinda. Depends. For a druid, probably not. I mean, it's not hard to do. Just go to the blacksmith and get like, what do you need? It's like 1 rock and sharpen it. It's not really a big deal. It's just going to increase decrease the delay by like 2. From like 30 to 28 or whatever. I don't remember what it actually does, but it's not much. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You're better off just at level 5 with a druid. Just using your nukes that you have. Try to get into a group. Try to get into like a Cayman hatchling group. And just slaughter mobs until you're level like 7 or 8. What class do you think will end up having gate after the changes? All of the 7 casters that currently have gate. It almost seems like they will be taking it away from some classes, maybe. I didn't get that feeling at all, but maybe. I mean, it's possible. Sure. If that's the best you got, then sharpen it. I mean, you can, yeah, but it's not really worth the time. But yeah, I think that every class that currently has gate will continue to have gate. I don't see any reason why they would remove it. Yeah, I don't see any reason why they would remove gate. You misread? I mean, you may not have misread. You just may have you may be interpreting it differently than, some other people, but... we all interpret things a little bit differently. But yeah, nothing to me read the removal of gate. Although I am also the person that thinks that every class should have a return to bind point ability. The spellcasters can have gate, which is whenever they want to cast it, they just cast it. Whereas the other classes maybe have like an hour-long cooldown or something. But I don't think they're going to be doing that. But I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to have. Like a Hearthstone, yes. I think that they should have something like that. But I don't think they're going to get it. And it's fine if they don't. Like, it doesn't bother me if they don't. Ranger Gate? Yes, Ranger Gate is just dying. That is accurate. A gate limited. Yeah, something like that would be nice. Like adding it to itemization. Okay, that one's yellow. That one's yellow. That one's yellow. All right, let's do the wolves. If we've got yellow wolves, that we can quad kite here. That'll work. What level's this one? That one's white. Perfect. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on, I think. Like, that's why I kind of want to have a sit down with Sean. Sorry, a friend of mine just got on Discord and was talking about a post that he made. No, you're good. Yeah, I'm just soloing on the wizard for a little bit. Do tell. We'll go look at it here in a second. That was Call of the Hero? No, Call of the Hero is a different thing. We're not talking about that right now. We'll go look at it here in a second. I'll go park myself over here while we get some mana back. All right, let's look at monsters and memories under... Was it under feedback? Yeah, right here. The drop level 60 spell problem. So, like, there's certain spells that are level 60, and then... Yeah, right here. Maybe Jahar knows about it. It doesn't look like Sean knows about it. Yeah, so, stuff like this is the issues that we've had over and over and over. Certain things in the game that one dev knows of and another dev doesn't know of, and it's like they're not sharing one thing to another, and it's bad. It's not that, Goonie. It's not that it's hard for 48 people to know. It's bad when the lead developer doesn't know what the team is doing. That's where it becomes bad, right? Like Sean literally not knowing. I'm assuming that's what this means. I don't know exactly what that means, but if Sean doesn't even know that somebody put in spells in the game, that's bad. But it's just like the level locked raid encounters. It's the same thing to me. Like Sean apparently didn't know about the level locked raid encounters that were put in the game. There should be a devlog. I mean, they just need to talk to each other more about it. In the past, they just had too many people that were just able to make changes without any say-so from anybody else. Just like, hey, I can do whatever the heck I want. And it's like, well, that's great if you were the only one making the game, but maybe you should also talk to the other devs. You know? You guys are making a game together, so make the game together. Don't just put in your stuff because you think that's the idea. Like, oh, I think this is a good idea. I'm going to do it without talking to anybody else. The downside of the Sean super chill approach. I agree. Yeah, that is the downside to it. I mean, I like Sean. I think he's great. I think he's doing a fantastic thing, and I think he's letting people kind of do their own thing. But there's been, oh, look at that, 4 kills at once. 28 mana, 76 mana, 28 mana, 59 mana. Got all that back all at once. That was awesome. But yeah, that has been the problem, right? That has been the problem. Control elements does not make sense to be able to teleport someone. Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. I don't think that they need to have a summon spell necessarily in the game if they make the classes feel good otherwise. Like, I don't think it's necessary. I could maybe see a long cooldown summon party member for sole purposes of replacing group members. I mean, I could too, but to give that to one class, and have one class be able to replace party members easily seems kind of silly. Like, you know, does that become the required class for anyone that goes down into a dungeon? So, I don't know. I wouldn't say get rid of it. I wouldn't say keep it. I'm just saying, like, let's kind of look at both sides of it. Downside for Koth for me, you'll never learn how to get to camps if you get summoned. Happened to me in EQ, missed entire zones. I mean, that is a downside, sure. I wonder if today is the day I finally get into beta. Maybe, maybe. You know, I think, like, if I got a job with Niche World's Cult right now, I would want my job to be for the devs to come to me and just say, hey, is this already in the game? Or is it not in the game? Or, you know, like, how are people feeling about it in the game? Just bounce the idea off of me. Not to change in anything that they want to do, but like what Isar is saying here in these level 60 spells, like, does Jahar even know these are in the game? Did Sean even know that they're in the game? Just to be like, hey, you know, are these in the game? Yeah, they're in the game. Level 60 spells are in the game for Wizard, Elementalist, Shaman, Enchanter, Necromancer. We know for a fact that they are in the game. And, you know, should they be in the game? Maybe, maybe not. It just feels really weird. Like, some of these things just feel really weird, you know? All right, let's see. Where did that bear go? I don't know where that bear went. The problem is if you had the job, you can't play as much. No, that's the thing. I would just play it all the time and then find out these things. They could say, hey, Criddle, like, can you go check to see if this is playing out the way we want it to? Go play this class. Go do this thing. You know? That's exactly what I would do. It's exactly what I am doing. I feel like I in a sense, work for them as a volunteer, right? In a way, I am a volunteer for the team. We all are. We're volunteer testers, really. Yeah, QA, exactly. Okay, so we've got 3 bears. One likes their porridge warm. The other one likes it hot. And we'll get a stalker as well. That'll work. User acceptance testing? Is that what UAT stands for? I could be all about that. I would do that. But, you know, it is one of those things where I feel like sometimes, and I don't want to sound egotistical in saying this, but I do often feel like I know more about what's happening in the game than the devs do a lot of times. They know more about what's happening behind the scenes, and they should, since they are literally developing it. But as far as, like, what's actually happening in the game, this is going to be bad. Okay, good. I got past those. Oh, shoot. No, I didn't. But, yeah, like, I feel like what's actually happening in the game, you know, sometimes, like, we need to know that, too, you know? Did it stop raining yet? It has been raining over here so much. Rain begins to clear. There we go. All right, nice. I like to help the team by telling them what is the classes I can't get into. We need, yeah. I mean, right now they need a lot of help with that kind of stuff, with just like how the classes feel, how the classes are implemented, stuff like that. They need a lot of that. Quad kiting is so satisfying to watch. I love it. Yeah, it's fun. Sean doesn't care what you think. I mean, I think he does care. I think he cares what everybody thinks. He just doesn't care. Like, I mean, I don't know how to say it. It's, he appreciates our opinions and he appreciates our feedback, but at the end of the day, he's going to make the game he wants to play, or he wants to make, right, and play, which is fine. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. Talking to Helter. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so we could get these bears and a couple of the drakes. I like to do the drakes together. Let's do just drake pull on the next pull. Wasn't there one more Drake over here? Ew, it's all muddled up inside of these other mobs. Hopefully those Drakes don't aggro the wolves. I don't know if those are social. I don't think they are. They don't look like it. Uh-oh. Getting low on mana here. Uh, 120. All right, we're good. We got to get a kill. The heck? I didn't kill those guys? No. Question is if the current style of gameplay, running into town for 1 hour buff and soloing, going to be focus of change. That's basically the gameplay of most of the server at this time. It is. I think it's going to be part of the biggest change. That's why I feel like Speed of the Wild is probably going away, or at least changing. At the very least, I think that's what's happening. I did that same loop until like level 4 or 5. Then it was hard to not get a group. People inviting left and right when I get close to camp. I think at level I think at level 1 to 10, it is probably better and easier to just group up. Once you hit level 10, it depends on your class, I feel like. I think another issue is there's too many safe places to solo outside. They just need more. Yeah, I agree. Well, for one thing, we need to have more mobs with more abilities. Like these drakes right now are casting this poison spell from a distance, right? It doesn't seem to be doing really anything to me. It's doing a little bit of damage, but it's not nearly enough. So like if they had a poison that actually got on me and landed on me, that could be really bad. Or like the spiders over here maybe that have like a ranged web, like a root or a snare ability, that could be really rough. You know, things like that would be really good. I'm not convinced this is a SOW issue, but it's almost all the zones are outdoors. It is a SOW issue. It is. Even if they were indoor zones, if you have enough room to move around with Speed of the Wild, it doesn't solve the issue just being indoors. But I think that Speed of the Wild should be a traveling speed buff, not necessarily a combat speed buff. Like it makes the game very safe. Like a little bit too safe. Yeah, the reason they're begging for Sal, though, Helter Smelter, is because it's too strong, right? Same reason that Charm is used by anybody that can use Charm. Charm is expected to be used. It's because Charm is too strong. Speed of the Wild is everybody wants it because of its benefits. Like it's too good of an ability. So it just needs to be dialed back, I think. Kiting won't be dead. No, it'll just be snare the mob. Just if you don't have Speed of the Wild, you can still snare the mob and kite. But it's not like I cast it one time and it lasts for an hour. Snare, you have to keep it on the mobs and you have to constantly like babysit those mobs. You have to cast a spell to maintain it. So it's a very different thing. Need any firewood over there? No, I bought 6 stacks before I came over. So I'm good. I appreciate it. Mana regen is too strong. Mana regen, I don't know. I don't think it's too strong. I think it's fine. AoE fire spell is too strong? I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. In some ways, it is too strong. Hello. Hello. I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that these spells might be a bit too strong. I agree. In a couple of ways. Probably not in the way that you're thinking, but yeah. My wizard, he's 21, and my intelligence right now is 59. My mana is 880 total. Okay, we got a bear, a yellow stalker. Where'd that other bear go? Wasn't there another bear over here? Could have swore there was another bear. All right, we'll get this bear. Plus this bear. And 2 more bears over here. That'll work. Sal's nowhere near Charm. I didn't say it was. No, nobody said that they were equal. Come on, guys. Think before you speak, please. I would really prefer to have an intelligent conversation than one strictly based on emotion. Like sometimes the arguments are really, really silly that I see. They're just ridiculous. Or you add like so many thoughts that were never there. It's kind of weird. Sometimes the way I say things are ridiculous. They are. You're right. You're not wrong. Sometimes the way I say things are ridiculous. Yes, it's like charm, but no one said it was as powerful as charm, which is what you decided that I said. No one said that. Literally no one has said that charm and Sao are equal in strength. Right? Nobody. I think all warrior mobs should get fighter charge. I think so too, yeah. I think charge would be a great addition to a lot of mobs. They had that in Pantheon, and it was a pain in the butt. Like a real pain in the butt. I hated it. But at the same time, it made those mobs challenging. Oh my gosh. There's too many roamers over here that are going to attack me. I said it's too strong, like charm. Okay. Is English not your first language? And that's fine if it's not. And we can change the wording. But things being similar does not make them equal. Two things can be alike, right? An apple is like a banana in that they are both fruits, but they taste very differently. They have extremely different shapes and colors, but they are both fruit. That does not make an apple a fruit. Or sorry, an apple the same thing as a banana. They can be alike, but different. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard, guys. It's really not rocket science. Nah, you just like to contradict what I say. That's all you like to do. You're just that type of person. How's it like charm, though? I'm generally confused. How it's like charm? Okay, so how it's like charm, which I did already explain, is that people are gravitating to that spell. Meaning that the majority of players, if they have Sao available to them, they want to have it on them. Same thing, if you have charm available to you, you want to be using it. So, hang on one second. Yeah, it's clear. It's clearly bad. Like we know it is. But yeah, basically it's just it's an ability that is being overshadowed by every other possible ability is how they're like, right? If you have access to it, you want it. And that is that's how they're similar. They're similar in that way, right? When you join a party, if somebody has the ability to charm, you want them to charm. If they have the ability to cast Sao, you want Sao. Like all the time. Every player wants this. All the time. But that's not, you can't say the same thing. Like haste, not every class and every player needs haste all the time. Like spellcasters don't necessarily need haste. It doesn't affect them in any way. So that's what I'm getting at. Would there be a skinning skill? I think there's not going to be a skinning skill yet. I think they decided against that. It's tough. He has a hard time thinking and navigating life. I mean, that's why I just want to make sure. Like, some people may not fully understand the English language, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's some things in English that I don't understand. You know, like certain words. when you put them together, they don't make sense to me. So I totally get it. We may have to explain things in a different way. That's all I'm trying to get at. Like, I don't mind explaining it 5 different times until somebody understands it. I only want Sal if I'm running to a spot or have a lot of running around to do. I mean, I would say that's when you're supposed to want Sal, yes. But that's not the case for a lot of players right now. You want to have Sal when you're in a party because it makes it safer if you overpull, for example. What's the problem with... Well, I've already gone over it. You know what the problem is. You're just trying to cause more issues in chat. You like to debate things, and you already know the answer. Honestly, you're getting kind of boring. What if I'm running around bank because I'm on a monk with ADD and can't sit still and need people to know that I have some sort of mental issues? How appropriate there too? Sure, why not? Sure. Are you on Twitch or another streaming service as well? Yes, I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Feel free to watch on either platform. People asked me when I was streaming only on Twitch to also stream on YouTube, so I started doing that. I roleplay a crippled warrior with a wrecked knee. So do you... Wait, if you roleplay a crippled warrior with a wrecked knee, do you just have walk on at all times? You don't actually run? You just walk everywhere? Twitch smells? That's fine. Where are these messages coming from? Yeah, it's over on Twitch. I should probably do like restream, the restream thing, so that it blends the 2 chats together, so both chats see the other chat. I could do that. I might do that in the future. I only allow myself to auto run for 3 seconds, and then if I sit to rest. I mean, it's understandable. All right, let's see what Roland said here. A bit of a side, but I've been informed that there are researching recipes that do exist, and I think either nobody has trial and errored them properly yet, or they are spilling the beans. That could be true, yeah. Is there a timeline for the new class changes? There is not. Not an official timeline, no. I found pages that dropped from Highwaymen for Druid research, something about metamorphosis. There are Druid and Shaman spell or pages that drop throughout the entire game. They're everywhere. But to my knowledge, no one knows what to do with them or how they work. So that's part of that, you know, like maybe somebody's gatekeeping it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the spells don't, maybe the research doesn't work. Maybe there's not enough pages. Maybe it just hasn't been figured out. There's a lot of possibilities there. I do not personally play one of those two classes that has the spell research. So maybe it's in, maybe it's not. But there's a lot of those that drop. Wait for the YouTube tutorial and research, figure it out myself. I mean, once we figure it out, once I know how it works, I'll let people know if it's still not widely known. But yeah, fairly certain it's not implemented. I don't think it is either. I think that the same person that implemented the level 60 dropped spells, the same person that has the level locked raid mobs, the same person that did a lot of these things, put it in halfway and then stopped and didn't tell anybody about it. And now it's just a big mess that the devs are having to clean up. But I don't know that for a fact. I have no idea. That's my guess of what's happening. But yeah, I'm fairly certain they don't do anything. That is most likely a Kaz situation because you know exactly who's over there and who Kaz talked to yesterday. Maybe, I don't know. Can I harvest these? I don't think I can yet. Let's find out. Nope, not yet. I don't know what you need. I think it's 150 for those. I'm only at 102 or something. What level are the Cinder Beetle Sentinels? 20-ish? I don't know exactly. But I would say 20-ish. Red to a 25, so high 20s then. What? That forest drake is red? The heck? Wait, does that hit 3 times now? Oh, that hits 4 times. That's actually nice. I didn't know that mana arrow hit 4 times. Okay. Okay. Golly, I hate the stun that spins you around in circles. It's so annoying. Let's go wide over here. We'll grab that bear. Can we go back here? I don't know if there's any mobs that actually go back here in this little area. This would be a good spot to pull to, though. 'Cause I don't think anything spawns or roams back here, does it? Doesn't look like it. Oh my gosh. These bears are fast. Oh crap, I forgot to buy food and drink when I was in town. Whoopsies. One day I'll be able to summon them. Maybe. It did sound like they were going to add that to Wizards, right? Man, why are these two bears so fast? Oh my god, I nuked myself. Best place to find a group is level 11 Dwarf Rogue. Can hardly find Goblin groups anymore. 11. Trying to think of where a level 11. You could go into town. Like you could do the graveyard if you can get a group inside of Night Harbor. Bandits and Sungreet, you could do those as well, yeah. Oh, look at that. Thank you for the heal. Touch of Earth. Nice. Yeah, the graveyard is a really good spot. Right here in town. It's a really good spot. I would recommend. You can go all the way to like level 14, 15 in there pretty easily. You're on the PvP server? Probably less populated. It is, but it's actually not too bad right now because a lot of people are wanting to play so badly that they're willing to play on the PvP server. You're high level on the PvP server, no one PvP. Well, like what? You're high level, and compared to what other people that are also high level that are around your level. Like that's the thing. You got there just may not be a lot of people that are high level within your level range, right? You can only kill people within 4 levels of yourself. So how many people in that level range want to PvP? I wouldn't imagine there's too many people in a higher level range. No one PvPs? Yeah, and I've talked about that many times. The reason not many people are PvPing on the low level is because a lot of people just want to get into the game and play it, and they're not getting access to the PvE server. It was easier for them to get access to the PvP server, so they accepted that instead. So it's a very skewed thing that's happening right now. Very, very skewed. I don't think PvP is happening nearly as much right now as it would be if the game were live. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I would imagine it feels very much the same on any server at the moment. Surprised they haven't opened a second PvE beta. I think if they do, this is of course just me just speaking out loud, not knowing anything about what the devs are doing. But I think if they do open a second beta server, it'll be after they have implemented the TTK changes and a lot of the class changes, possibly even rectified some of the economic issues that are in the game. They need to do all of that, then open a new beta server, a fresh start beta server, so that we can feel what it's going to be like on a fresh start server. Right now, it would be pointless to open up a brand new beta server. It wouldn't help them in any way. it would just make the community happy, but it wouldn't give the devs any new data, which is what the devs need. They don't need necessarily people playing right now. They just need more data. Is Scarwood open? Yeah, Scarwood's been open. There's not a lot to do in Scarwood at the moment, but it's been open. You never see anyone there? It's because there's not a lot to do over there. Yeah, the best axe in the game is, or the best two-handed weapon in the game comes from over there. So there's some good reasons to go over there. Is that the regen shield? The mana regen shield? Yeah. That's what Kaz has. Yeah, there's some decent items over there. It's not the mana regen shield? Seven wisdom, 60 AC. Oh, yeah, I know about that one too. Yeah. It's really high AC for a shield. Like crazy high AC. I want to say most shields are like in the 30 to 40 AC range, and that one's just like super high. I think I've seen that one. There's some good items that are out there just in random places. What's crazy is right now, some of the best items in the game are off of like mid-level 40 to mid-level 50 mobs. The level 60 mobs, many of them don't even have the best items, and if they even drop items sometimes. It's weird. They went, when they did this item tuning thing that they did not too long ago, I feel like they messed things up a lot. They added in a lot of cool items for sure, but they also messed things up. 1, 2, 3. Let's get this guy. Yeah, exactly, Nidiak. Yeah. Go to Hovarth and get 4 out of the 5. No, 5 out of the 6 items that he drops. Whoops. That he drops are like best in slot. It's ridiculous. No, it is 4. It's 4 out of the 6 items are best in slot. Because he drops 2 pairs of shoulders. 2 pairs of plate shoulders for some weird reason. Makes no sense. Like, why would we have 2 pairs of plate shoulders on the same mob? Yeah, itemization was really weird. I need another bear. Ah, there's a bear. It's a grizzly bear. Ooh, that one's yellow. Wow. Okay. Oh no, there's a Drake over here now. How long are the timers for these raid mobs? 3 days. The heck? Why are these mobs not on top of each other? Come on. People are going to be DPS racing? People already are racing for the raid mobs. They're already doing it. But it's not DPS race, it's just, it's first to engage, I believe, right now. But people are absolutely fighting over these raid mobs. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a poop show at the moment. Oh my god, really? Jeez, dude. What is the reach on these bears? My goodness. They were really far away, I felt like. They have a right to bear arms. They do. Long spiky tongues? They might. They might. Now this wolf is coming down here? These guys won't leave me alone. Seriously? Seriously, wolf? Kidding me right now? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the raid mobs, like 100%. I'm kind of staying out of it, but I mean, I'm keeping an eye on it. But the raid mobs right now in the game, the ones that are currently being killed, are way too easy, like ridiculously easy, because they didn't tweak them from what they were in alpha, and honestly, they need to just remove them from the game until they fix them, until they get them in a place where they're supposed to be. That's the problem. Detox will come over from P99. Who's Detox? Is that a raid guild? Rampage came over. Apparently that's yeah. Raid leader. The Croc's early level is the most inglorious, in my opinion. The the early Crocs, talking about the Cayman crocodiles and stuff. Yeah, those, it's nuts. Those are absolutely nuts. Get some crazy XP from those. I need bandages. I could make a few bandages. As soon as you get 24, go to SGS and do pirate. You'll fly. I think when I hit 24, I'm going to go to Glass Flats. I did not raid with Rampage. No, I didn't know anything about Rampage until Pantheon. I didn't play P99 really at all. But I do know that Rampage had a pretty big presence in P99. They like to talk about it often. They talk about it quite a bit. I'm sure it was very toxic. Hey, what's going on, Erie Henny? How you doing, bud? Yeah, I know all about that kind of stuff. Pirates are at one of the like little barrack style housing things along the waterline. It absolutely will have the P99 raid scene. Currently, the way that it is currently at, it has the P99 raid scene already. Between a few guilds. It's already happening. Specifically, if you want to know who the guilds are, it's mostly between Shade and Cohesion at the moment. Rampage is also involved in it, but I don't think the people like myself that's in Rampage, I don't think we care nearly as much. But Shade and Cohesion care a lot. They care a lot. Like it's kind of a thing between those two guilds. I think there's people in Rampage that do care, but if they ask me to go take something, I'll take something. Otherwise, I don't really care that much. The socks aren't going to fill themselves. They're not going to fill themselves. You're right. The guilds hate each other, and that's the funniest part about it. It's kind of like what team you like, like if you're a football fan for team A or a football fan for team B, and they hate each other just because they're born in different cities. It's just silly. I mean, I get it. Like I understand the beef. I understand the beef. The leadership absolutely make it something else. That's the problem. I don't even know who the leader of Shade is, actually. But, yeah, the leadership kind of the guilds kind of, they don't get along. They don't really get along that much. It's funny. But whatever, I get it. I mean, I'm all for the competition. I've talked about this before beta even started. There's going to be a big competition between the top guilds. Well, there is beef between Cohesion and Shade and Rampage. There's some beef in all three of those. Some people just don't like each other in some of those guilds. There's people in all three of those guilds that don't like me. And I don't even try to associate with them. I'm just like, whatever, do your thing, man. I don't care. Actually, long story short, funny short story, whatever. When I joined Rampage in this game, somebody rage quit. A person actually rage quit the guild when I joined on the alpha server. Like, that's just childish. It's just silly. It's not that they didn't want me streaming. It was other things. They already knew that I was a streamer. We played together in Pantheon. I was part of Rampage in Pantheon. They knew me from that. It was a whole thing. Like, I don't know. It was dumb. It was dumb. I totally get if people don't want me streaming, and I totally understand that. Not going to stop me from doing it. But when I first got on Alpha, I did not ask to be in Rampage. I did my own thing. I played the game. I was enjoying it, whatever. And then they invited me to join because I was part of Pantheon or part of Rampage and Pantheon. So I joined, right? I didn't ask. I didn't bother anybody. I didn't even talk to anybody. Honestly, like I didn't say anything to anybody when I first got in the alpha. It was a whole silly thing. People take this game very seriously because of time investment. It serves an alter ego. It does, you know. And I mean, I take the game really seriously, like probably more seriously than a lot do. But yeah, I don't know. You don't got to be a jerk about it, you know. P99 guilds would deny other guilds mobs just for laughs. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. They're going to do that on this game, too. They're already doing it on this game. It's already happening. Whole thing is kind of silly. Okay, let's see if we can get Grizzly Bear A. We'll get Grizzly Bear B. I don't know if we're going to have... Okay, we got those two. I take it seriously. I'm a poop stalker, but I've always felt that in every game there was room for compromise. Very few share that mentality. Yeah. I mean, I take it seriously. Like, if I am in a guild that is capable of doing the content, of course, I'm going to try to do the content. Like, you know, I don't care if the other guild wants to do the content as well. Like, we both want to do it. So I don't know what the problem is there. Now I'm getting tells in game about it. I'm absolutely getting tells in game about it. Oh my gosh. All right, sorry. I'm going to now talk about Brew specifically because he thinks that he's going to tell me what I can and can't say on my own stream. How about that, Brew? If you want to, don't tell me what I can and can't say on my stream. You're just going to irritate me. I haven't said anything about specific people other than Cohesion and Shade and Rampage. All three of them are competing for raid content. True statement. And that some people within those three guilds don't like each other. Also a true statement. I'm not going to get involved in the drama between those. And don't come at me and tell me what I can and can't say on my own freaking stream. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's fine. You don't have to be here. Jesus, dude. I'm not here for the drama, man. Oh no! Dang bears in their like 5-mile reach. From our standpoint, we do not have beef with anyone. I don't know why you would say that. Okay, from your standpoint, you may not. That's fine. I'm not. I'm saying what I'm saying. Are you or are you not competing for raid bosses with Shade and or Rampage? Are you trying to beat them to the punch? Okay. That right there in itself is literally all I'm talking about. There's competition happening between two guilds or three guilds. Like, that's literally all I'm talking about. I know you're poop socking right now. It's clear. We can all see it. We know. We got it. I mean, I'm playing a lot too. I will be considered a poop socker, and I'm fine with it. But, you know, don't get all mad and offended by it, man, when somebody says something. Just that you guys are competing with each other. Clearly competing with each other for in-game raid content. There is some beef there. It's not a bad thing necessarily, but it's happening. There was drama? I mean, there might be some drama. I know that there are people that have said stuff on all sides of it. There's people that don't like me just because I'm a content creator. I think it's stupid, I think it's silly, and I think it's childish, but it happens. There's a whole jealousy side of things, not the content creator necessarily, but just all of that stuff happens, and it flares up, and it's just silly. but it's constantly happening. That's not why people don't like me? Okay. Why don't they like me? According to you. They might disagree with my opinion. That's fine. I would even say that it's part of the fun for a lot of... It is a lot of the fun. Like, the people like the drama, man. Drama's fun for some people. It absolutely is fun for some people. You like me? Ignore the troll. He's not a troll. Brew's not a troll. I don't have any issues with Brew. I don't think he's a troll at all. But what I will say, and this doesn't necessarily pertain to Brew specifically, but what I will say is tanks in general have high egos. You could say that about me if you want to. I would not be offended by it. They have high egos and they like to compete with each other outside of just like on a guild by guild thing. They like to be, oh, how much HP do you have, and this and that, and like it's just like it's so silly. The whole thing is silly. Again, not directing that at Brew specifically. I'm just saying in general. Just here to set the record straight. But you say that's not why people don't like me. So are you insinuating that people don't like me? I don't think there's a lot of people that strictly say that they disagree with me or don't like me, and they don't like that streamers are quote unquote ruining the game. So content creators in general, not just me, in general, content creators are ruining the game. And I'm like, I don't think they are. I think that they're playing the game in the same way that a lot of other people are playing the game. We're just doing it on a lot with a live audience and like we're showing people that we're playing the game. That's it. I think that's the only difference. You love Shade and Rampage. There's no drama or beef. Okay. Well, maybe you don't have it, and maybe no one in Cohesion has beef with the other. Maybe that is true. But people have sent me tells that I don't want to get involved with, and I'm like, I don't care. Asking about other people in other guilds. They do it. There seems to be beef there. And I'm just like, I don't want to be involved. That's all I can tell you. Criddle is so annoying. It becomes a daily thing with other tanks. I am pretty annoying. I'm pretty annoying. I agree with that. I could be a very annoying person. You're not wrong. People in guilds are still individuals. They are individuals, but it's like, you know, you see a guild tag and oftentimes somebody assumes something based on a guild tag. People have seen me with the Rampage guild tag and assumed I'm from P99 Rampage, and I have, you know, I'm just kind of a toxic player because of that. People have literally asked me that. They see a guild tag and they assume those things. That's kind of what I'm referring to. It happens, and it's unfortunate. No one sent you tells? Well, I'm sorry that you haven't gotten any tells about it. And I'm not, actually. I'm not sorry that you haven't gotten any tells about it. I'm glad that it's not making its way around that much. I don't know. Maybe some people feel that I'm more of a neutral party or something in it, and I don't know. I don't know. You get the history automatically with the name? You do. I agree with that, McTrain. That's the assumption, though. Probably says more about the one making assumptions. I agree, Haas. I agree with that 100%. Yeah. 100% I agree with that. That I don't make any judgment based on anybody. But, like, I'll say something on my stream, case in point, and then people will come at me like I've, you know, beat their dog or something. And I'm like, what the heck? Not referring to anybody in particular or anything like that. Not even referring to those guilds. But people, like, you say one thing and people, they take it out of context. They take it very personally. as if you're talking about them directly. And most of the time, I'm not even talking about a single individual. I'm talking about generally speaking. But people take it super personally. Why did I beat your dog, Westmore? I don't know. It probably tried to bite me or something. My neighbor... So I have a dog, right? And apparently between my house and my neighbor's house, there was like a loose board in the fence. And my neighbor's dog was being watched by another neighbor. So my dog got through the fence between my house and the neighbor's house. And the neighbor watching the other dog thought that my dog was going to bite her and like charge at her and attack her. My dog ran at the other dog and was wanting to play with the other dog, but they took it way farther than that. And it became a whole thing. You know, it's just miscommunication a lot of times. Now she's your dog too? It just is easier than trying to explain my girlfriend's dog. Okay, there's a bear. It's my girlfriend's dog. Dang it, I should have brought those bears over when I had the chance. Now I don't have the chance. The statement was pretty relaxed. From time to time, the big guilds develop beef because game has limited resources. Exactly, Quackums. That's how I look at it. It's pretty chill. Like, it's not... I'm not saying there's like it's a negative thing to have some beef from one guild to another. Like, I'm not saying that at all. Guilds are going to have some beef. Now, when they start training each other or they start like completely being jerks to one another, then that's a different conversation. But having a little bit of beef, like having a little friendly competition, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Where did that other bear go? There's like 2 bears stuck in trees. Oh, there's a bear. So 1, 2, 3, and then I think a 4th one down that way. All right, let's do those. And then we'll have to go get Sow again, but I should level up from this next set. No, I totally get his side from, like... I totally get the side from trying to clarify, yes. I do get that. I do get that. And I was fine with it, and I wasn't even going to say anything about it until somebody tells me to not talk about stuff on my stream. Then I'm going to be like, well, wait a minute. That's a little different. Don't tell me that I can't say something, you know, on my personal stream. Like, that's just silly. And I don't have anything against Brew. I'm not mad at him about it. I'm just making it a point to be like, don't do that to any streamer, any content creator. Like, let them say what they want to say. If you disagree with them, that's fine. But they're allowed to say whatever they want to say on their platform. I disagree with a lot of what content creators say. Often. But hey, like if Asmongold wants to say the stupid stuff that he says on his stream, by all means, go for it. You disagree, there is no beef? There is. Is there or is there not competition between your guild and other guilds? AKA beef. Like, maybe not on your definition of beef. Maybe you define it differently. But there's competition there, which some people would define as some beef between them. You know, you get upset when another guild gets the content or whatever. I mean, you're competing. It's fine. It's not a negative term. You're taking it negatively. It's not a negative thing. A little bit of beef, a little bit of healthy competition, there's nothing wrong with that. You're making me hungry? I know, right? I want a burger. Burger sounds good. That's why PvP is fun, because of the beef? Exactly. PvP can be fun to some people because they like the beef. Oh man, that person killed me last week. I got some beef with him. I'm gonna go kill them this week. That's it. That's literally that's it. It's that simple to me. Smash the guild if they're being dramatic. Well, yeah, like there's a different, like if there's a guild that like really is just being super overly dramatic, then yeah, that's when you get some. That's when things start to change. How do I apply to either of these guilds that are beefing? You just want in-game? Brew is the guild leader of Cohesion. And then Hokushin is the guild leader of Rampage. I don't know who the guild leader is of Shade. I mean, somebody in here? Navarre is? Okay. I wasn't sure if it was Navarre or Ares or who the guild leader is of Shade. But Navarre is the guild leader of Shade. So there you go. If you want to join one or any of those guilds, whatever, talk to those guys. I encourage it. If you want to see in-game rating, I encourage you joining one of those 3 guilds and, join in. Join all 3. Yeah, exactly, Nidiak. Join all 3 and have fun. Join one on 3 different characters. You get the best of all 3 worlds. Gear leaders must duel to the death for supremacy, right? Hoku, Navarre, and the other guy, my DMs are open. Highest bidder gets me. There you go. Yeah, I'm all for it. Like, I'm all for the competition. I'm all for the beef between those guilds. I'm all for all of that. I'm all for if they decide to join up forces together to go take down some of the bigger raid bosses. I'm all for that. I'm all for whatever, it's beta. Like, does it really matter? No, not really. It's beta. Like, it doesn't matter. In the end, in 6 months, it's all going to get deleted and it's all starting over anyway. And that's when it's really going to matter for early access. That's when it matters. I actually think that there is a little bit of stuff happening behind the scenes right now. Where those guilds might join forces to do some content. And I think that's great. I encourage that. I applaud that. Because I don't know how many people are in those guilds. Like, I haven't made a count or been told any recently of how many like level 60s are in all 3 of those guilds. But I would imagine right now for certain raid content, it might take all 3 of those guilds, all of their level 60s combined, to be able to do some of the content in the game. In fact, there is one boss in the game that I think it would take all 3 combined of their level 60s to do it. Just very hard content. But then there's the really easy, like, one groupable content, right? You can do it with like 3 to 4 players if you're smart. And you know how the fight works and you cheesed it a little bit. That's also something, which I think they should take those mobs out of the game. Which guild has the best feet pics in Discord? Asking for a friend? I don't know. Rampage is not that one. They don't have feet pics. I'm not in the Discord of the other 2, so I don't know. I really don't know. They might have feet pics. 3 to 4 players are 2 pre-nerf beast pets. Yes and no. There is still one raid mob that can be killed with like 2 players well played if they know how to do it. The other raid mob could probably also be done that way if you know how to do it. There's some cheesy mechanics that they need to fix. And I'm sure will be changed. Okay, there's 3 wolves. Do you ever talk about what the raid content is in the game? Is that public knowledge? Some of that is public knowledge. Some of it is not. But again, like, I'm not here to spoil things for people, A. But I'm also not here to gatekeep. So kind of keep that in mind. But there are certain things that are kind of trade secrets that I'm not going to share for those guilds, you know, that are trying to do that content, and they have their trade secrets on how things work. And I don't want to step on those toes. You know, I'm not here to be like that guy that's trying to ruin the game for the competition. Like, they have worked very hard. Some people in this game have worked very hard to figure out certain things and would not appreciate if I just shared all of their secrets. So I'm not going to do it. You can easily find these mobs, though. Well, first of all, you don't need to worry about any of the raid mobs until you're, like, level, honestly, 60. You could do them before that. If you're in those guilds, you could probably participate. I personally am of the mind that anybody that wants to participate should be able to participate. Because, like I said a minute ago, this is beta. You know? We're in a beta game. Like, there's no reason to be locking people out of that content right now. I don't think. But I'm also not the entire guild on any of those. Like, I'm one person, so if people want to fight over it, let them fight over it. I don't care. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Jeez Louise, dude. So many stuns. Oh my gosh, dude. This is driving me bonkers. These mobs they're far apart and I had too many roamers. Invites went out. Nice. Good luck, everybody. Oh, geez. Now I got a skeleton on me. Oh, and it's a thumb. Oh, shoot. That's not good. I gotta run these off. What about the Golem and Plane of Fear? Uh-oh. Rating fun, but it can't be a bat phone anymore? Yeah. I mean, I get it. I get it, guys. Always blew my mind how many people show up during Bat Phone. Oh yeah, a lot of people do. I mean, I get it. I'm the same way. I'm all for a Bat Phone kind of situation. Like I like that kind of content, personally. I don't care. I don't care about it too much on the beta. Although I would like to do it in the beta, but I don't care that much about, like, to the point where I'm gonna, you know, go crazy and try to log in at 2 o'clock in the morning or anything. Can mobs summon in this game like EQ? Yes, some can. Some of the raid mobs can. I don't think any regular mobs can. Trying to think if any can. I can't think of any that can. I thought guards could in Night Harbor. I saw some patch notes about it. On the PvP server, they can. I don't know about the PvE server. Maybe. I don't know if... are these guys going to attack this skeleton? I don't know if they will. We're going to find out. There it goes. Probably about exploiting aggro on players. It was something about that. Yeah, it was something about exploiting aggro on players. But I don't know. I don't know all the details to it. So it's very possible they could in this. I have not. I have not fought any of the guards lately in Night Harbor. So it could go either way. Guess I'll skip school again. You're going to skip school for raids again? I don't recommend it. Don't recommend it. Luckily, I haven't had to go in decades, but EQ sure did. Yeah. It did a number on my GPA, too. I'll admit it. Poop socking a video game can very much ruin your future, guys. Like, I'm being serious about that. As somebody who poop socked video games, I wouldn't say that it ruined my future, but it came real close. Came real close. I had to work a lot harder because of how much I played EverQuest. I am living proof. Like I had to work a lot harder. It's what the devs want. I don't think it is. I really don't. I think the devs want people to be able to play the game less poop socky, but the player base is always going to do it. I think is part of the problem. They said it? I don't... Where did they say it? I don't remember anybody saying that they want you poop socking the game. I think they have said the more time you put into the game, the more you'll get out of the game, which is a true statement. They want you to put time into the game, but they haven't said anything like, you know, yeah, no, I disagree with that. I mean, I think maybe what I know what you're referring to, and it's Sean saying that the more time you put in is the more you're going to get out, and not everyone will see everything in the game. That's what they've said. It's up to the player, though, to choose whether they should or should not put that amount of time in the game. The devs are not telling people to do that. And they're not saying they're building a game for that reason. But they are building a game that is time intensive. I agree with that. The more time you put into the game, the more you will get out of it. Absolutely. Definitely could have had more options if I took school more seriously, so I agree. Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at. I could have had more options. A lot of things could have changed. But at the same time, I'm now making content for Monsters and Memories, which I would probably not understand this game as much had I not put in so much time into MMOs back then as well. Like, I put so much time and effort into them. I understand Monsters and Memories, and I feel like I understand the devs a lot better because of that. Not that other people don't. I'm just saying, I understand them, I think, a little bit more. It'll pay out. Maybe. We'll see. It hasn't yet. I need Sal. New round of invites went out. Yep, 1,000 people. Good luck. It was 1,000 total, right? It was a 500 to PvE and 500 to PvP. Is that what they did? I haven't looked yet personally, so I don't want to misquote. Believe it or not, before I say something factual, I do make sure it's factual. 1K, no PvP. 2,000 just to the PvE server? Wow. That's nuts. I'm surprised. People that win can pick the server they want to play on. Wow. I feel like, oh man, I don't know. I don't want to like throw a wrench in there and get devs mad at me about it. I feel like maybe, I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions. Going to be a big surge on the servers, which is good. Yeah, it's good. It's great. I love it. I mean, let's see. There's 400 people online right now. Still missed out? No, I'm sorry you missed out. It's okay, say it. They can't retain high-level people because nothing to do. No, it's not that. What basically what I'm trying to say is the reason, like, I don't know the reason they put out 1,000 PV or 1,000 invites to both PvE and PvP, but people that were getting into the PvP server were saying that it seemed like their PvE opt-in was removed once they got into the PvP server, and a lot of people were only getting into the PvP server because they just want to play the game. They don't care if it's PvE or PvP. And now they're getting, in my opinion, I don't know what's happening, but I feel like they're going to get skewed data for the PvP server because they've invited so many people to specifically the PvP server exclusively previously, right? Like, and now they're just like, well, maybe we should just invite people to both servers and see where people go. I don't know if that's the reason. Make the assumption, yeah. I think that's the reason. Is maybe they're looking at it to say, well, let's see how many people actually make accounts on the PvP server if they have the option. Grogmon, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. But I honestly have no idea. I'm making an assumption which could make a butt out of me very quickly. It is 100% an assumption. You think that makes sense? I mean, I think it makes sense in my head, but I don't know. But a lot of people have told me that they opted in for both PvE and PvP. And actually, you know what? Now that I say this out loud, Sean said in his last stream that they were running out of PvP invites. Running out of people that opted in for the PvP. They've already given all of them invites. So, like, that number was getting lower. So maybe that's the reason. He literally said that the other day on his stream. So that could also be it. More people in better. I agree. Too many ghost accounts, boxers, hit it and quit players right now. Yeah. Oh, I agree. I think the boxers are becoming an issue. I've heard that there might be a little bit more crackdown on the boxers recently. Just throwing that out there. They might be cracking down on that more. But I don't know for a fact. I just heard it through the grapevine. I don't think they're looking at those data points. They will likely start exactly one PvP server in EA no matter what. I think so too, Haas. I think there's going to be one PvP server with the possibility of opening additional PvP servers. Like... what's the word I'm looking for? Clusters, right? One PvP server cluster, I feel like, is what's going to happen, to where it might end up being one PvP server at the end of the day. All right, let me see. Where can I get mobs? I've got a wolf, a wolf, a wolf, and a wolf. Okay, we got plenty of wolves over here. Let me put down a campfire right here. Maybe they're trying to see how much focus they need on PvP. I mean, I think it's pretty clear they don't need a lot of focus on it, but there are people in the team or on the team that like PvP, so they want to put some focus on it. And I mean, I don't know. I kind of agree with it. I think that putting some focus on PvP is good. There will be a group of people, a not small amount of people, not like tiny, that want to PvP in this kind of game. I don't know why. I don't understand that, but I also don't understand why people like to go shoe shopping or shopping in general, or, you know, get crazy about watching baseball on TV. I just don't understand it. Like, I like baseball, I like going to the games. That's fun. But watching it on TV is pretty dang boring. So is golf. But I get that people like it and they enjoy it. So, same thing about PvP. Definitely seen some boxers, some of the same characters standing at zone lines for days. Yeah. Well, the same characters standing at zone lines for days, some of that is a bug in the game. And those people aren't actually standing there. Like, they're actually not there at all. That's just like a ghost character or whatever. That's not really there. Those are visual. Yeah, they're visual duplicates. Now, I do find it odd that it's oftentimes the same people. Coincidence, maybe. What they're doing, I don't know. It just seems to be very coincidental that it's like the same people oftentimes that I see stuck at zone lines. Hit 30 on PvP. It's been a lot of fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm not reporting you on, just observing. Yeah, exactly. It's just an observation. I agree. I literally, like, I'm seeing the same people, though. So it's, I don't know if it's something that they're doing, if it's their class, I don't know what's causing it. But there's definitely something happening on those people's accounts or whatever. What it is not exactly clear. Yes. And I'm not going to say that people are doing anything out of the ordinary. They could be legitimately playing the game, and it could just be, you know, that it's just happening to them frequently. I mean, there's bugs that happen to me frequently too. My skills get locked often. And I don't know why. Probably because I spam them. I need one more wolf. I thought I saw a fourth one around here. But I don't know where it is. I guess we'll get a bear. We'll get a bear instead of a wolf. As a PvP enjoyer, contested camps and group PvP makes a server attractive. Yeah, and I totally get that. Yeah, I mean, I understand the reasoning for it. I do. Oh, there's the wolf right there that I was looking for. Oh, well. I get why people want to go play on there. What I don't understand is how those players are, or why those players are willing to tolerate the clear toxicity that will come out of PvP. I don't think anybody can dispute that PvP does create a lot of toxic behavior, right? Not always. It's not something that it's like 100% of the time, but you're going to have to deal with it on a PvP server at some point. Like, that's an inevitability. You're going to have to deal with it on every server, right? But what I'm saying is, like, on PvP, it's just another layer of toxicity that I just don't want to deal with, personally. But some people don't mind it. Some people like it. Some people thrive in it. I think it takes a certain type of personality that enjoys that kind of stuff. People were abusing housing by trapping people in so they couldn't get out. Yeah, see, that's the kind of behavior that I'm talking about. Like, that's just, it's poopy people being poopy because they can. I just don't like it. Like, why? But you can create a reputation by punishing the evildoers. You can create a reputation. That's something that I feel like is a way of the past, though. Like, I'm not saying that it won't happen on these servers. But that's something where I feel like it worked out in EverQuest. Because there were enough people that were like role players back then. I just don't see that. I just don't see that happening necessarily now in modern day gaming. Even though this game is based on old school gaming, it still has a lot of modern day players. Good guys always lose. I mean, I think the good guys are going to be outnumbered. It's not that the good guys lose, it's just that they're going to be outnumbered. And they're going to be out poop socked. Good morning. How you doing, Navarre? There you go. For those that wanted to I got resisted. For those that wanted to join Shade, there you go. Sorry, I missed a lot of that when I was fighting those. So right now I'm on the PvP server and some gankers are around, so I have to watch out a lot and make sure my farm spot is okay, and it makes me more engaged, I suppose. Yeah, I get that. I get that. You know, I totally get the idea behind some of this. Like, I get why people like it. It definitely is, more, it definitely is more of a rush on a PvP server, right? Like, I totally get that. And if the game was built around PvP with PvP in mind as they develop the game from start to finish, I would be inclined to play it. I love PvP in something like Ultima Online. I thought that was amazing experience of PvP. There were griefers in that game, but it was very punishing to be a PvPer in that game because you would lose your faction and then you go into a town and the guards would just kill you because you had lower faction. So you had a specific town that you had to go to, the pirate town or whatever it was called. I feel like that isn't in this game, right? And there's not enough punishments to being a jerk to kind of prevent that. So, do I like WoW PvP? WoW PvP is a different animal because, but yes, I would say that yes, WoW PvP is okay. Now, I like WoW PvP because of the battlegrounds. You go into it and you know everyone in there is there to PvP. They're not really in there to do anything else. But the reason I don't like it in a game like Monsters and Memories or EverQuest is because I might just want to chill and relax. I just want to go out and XP, chill, relax, watch a movie, listen to some music, kind of zone out and grind out some mobs for a little bit. And I don't want to have to deal with somebody just coming in when I'm low on health or out of mana because I just finished a fight and they just gank me for no reason. You know, like I'm just trying to chill and have fun and I'm minding my own business and I don't want somebody messing with me. That's it. So that's the only reason. I'm not against PvP at all, guys. Like, some people think that I absolutely hate PvP. I'm not against it. I think PvP can absolutely be a lot of fun. And I understand why people want to do it. I just don't know why people want to deal with the toxicity of it in a game like this. PvP isn't taking resources. It does, but, you know, it's minimal. But it does take resources. You spent days online to work off your kill count to turn to blue. Yeah. Are you talking about an Ultima Online? Yeah. That was rough. It's not really a common theme of PvP and MMOs, but FFA really does mean free for all. I'm not sure what people expected. Yeah, exactly. It's free for all PvP. That's why, like, I think in this game in particular, or like an EverQuest style game in particular, it's just a different animal. It's very, very different. Do you know if people on the PvP server currently will be able to play on the PvE server now with this recent announcement? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Every PvP encounter you've had on the current PvP server has been a whole party versus one player. Yeah, and see, that's not fun to me. It's been 30 minutes since the notification. I get 0 emails. Let's go, MnM community. Throw one at me. If anybody wants one to give away, go for it. I don't do the giveaways. I don't want to, you know, I'm not trying to boost my channel that way. And I'm not hating on anybody that does want to do that. But if you guys want to give away with each other, go for it. I encourage it. I want to get more people in the game. Is more people, the better, in my opinion. I would love to see, like, everyone in the beta all working together for the same goals. This kind of goes back to the in-game raid conversation we had earlier, right? And the different people that are, you know, wanting to compete for the in-game stuff. I get why they want to do it, and I'm not trying to knock that at all. But I also feel like we're in a beta. We're here to test the game. We're here to make the game better. I would like to see more people working together to that goal. That would be nice. Why did the screen get brighter all of a sudden? That was weird. Oh, rain. It starts raining. The game gets much, much, much brighter. Like, what the heck, dude? Telling you, man. It's weird. It's really weird. Ooh, almost fell off that edge. Yeah, don't that's why I don't want to do the giveaways, by the way, is because of the trolling. Like, I don't want to deal with a situation where somebody says they have a key to give away, but in fact they don't have a key to give away. And then I get in the middle of the trolling. I don't want to deal with that. That's why I won't do it. And I'm not saying anybody is trolling or isn't trolling. I'm just saying in general, like, I just don't want to be part of that. That is, honestly, that's another funny thing. That's the type of PvP community I expect in a game like this are the people that like to troll people just because they like to troll people. People who ask for keys already have them. Sometimes they do, yeah. Some people that ask for keys already have them. That I just don't want to be involved in any of that. Like, it's not that I don't want to give away keys on my stream, you know? I just don't want to be involved in any of that. Oops. My gosh, there's so many roaming mobs over here. You were watching Sean in the Aerodune days back in 2020? Yeah, and I feel like people like you should get keys, you know? Like, you were following this content way back when, and I encourage those people getting those keys. But, you know, I totally get Sean's point of making it as fair as possible, and the lottery was his idea of being fair, and I get that too. I get it. You got him? Nice. Good. I'm glad that you got somebody a key. That's fantastic. I love that kind of stuff. Like, I love you guys working together on stuff. All right, let me scroll up because I think I missed some stuff previously. Did I miss anything? There's a big guild right now called Wudan on the PvP server that don't start fights and adds a cool dynamic to the community. We also have the Neighborhood Watch that protects ganking victims. That's cool. I love that. Yeah, and I encourage that kind of stuff on the PvP server. I hope that the community comes together on the PvP server and creates a community feel. You might have the bad guys and then you have the good guys and they balance each other out. That's fun to me. That's super fun, and I love that. And I hope that you guys are able to make that happen. It's actually not punishing if you keep coin in your bank. You learn that quickly on the server. You really only use your camp and get a CR. Yeah, well, it's what I don't like out of it. And this may or may not be happening, or it may or may not have happened to you directly. But what I don't like is when people, you're in the newbie yard, you hit level 2, and then a level 6 immediately kills you. Or you're out at a camp, and there's a camp dispute, and one player wins the camp dispute. The other player comes back to get their corpse, and they immediately kill them again. You know, and just like, and continue to do that. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm not saying is happening a lot, but it can and will happen on the PvP server. And I just don't like that. You know, if people actually respected each other, that would be a different story altogether. But oftentimes they don't respect each other. Hello, what's going on, Storm? How are you? Like, you know, respect and the internet do not go hand in hand. People try to grief with guards or fall damage, so you take XP loss. Yeah, that's another thing, right? That's a whole other thing. And it's just like, come on, guys. Don't do that. If you want a PvP, then legit PvP. Abusing mechanics just to, like, force people to lose XP, that's just mean. Doing good. Checking out MnM streamers to learn more about the game. Ask all your questions. I will give you all the answers as long as I know. And I'll tell you if I don't know. I've got a lot of time in this game. That's what I'm here for. Answer your questions. And then also give opinions that were not asked for. I do that a lot too. I'm very opinionated, but that's okay. I'll tell you if it's an opinion or a fact, though. Best kind of opinions? Yeah, they are. I have a lot of opinions on this game, and you may or may not agree with them, and that's okay. Oh my gosh. I've been trying to learn what I can about it over the past 6 to 8 weeks while waiting to get a key myself. If anything, I figure it will help me decide what class to play. There you go. Yeah. I just recently did kind of a little some YouTube videos on the class updates. So if you're interested in a specific class, I would recommend going over there and checking those out. Of course, you know, I like what I said about them, but I'm going to give you opinions on what I feel like of the new class updates over there. And I went through every single one of the new class or every one of the classes. So all 18 of them, there is 5 to 10 minutes on each of those classes, some even over 10 minutes, of each of those classes of me reading through the changes, telling you if I like the changes, don't like the changes, what I think about the class, etc. So, heard they're changing them around a bit. They are, yeah. Big changes are coming soon to every class in this game. Some people like the changes, some people don't. Like right now, I would say the biggest change or biggest class that is changing is Shadow Knight, and it's kind of a mixed bag whether you like it or don't. You know, some people love it, some people hate it, and I think that's preconceived notions of what it might become. Or what they liked about the EverQuest Shadow Knight, which this is now no longer going to be an EverQuest Shadow Knight. Every class is now going to be a Monsters and Memories version of whatever that class is, which I think is a great thing. Like that's what I love about it. But some people want it. They want to have their old EverQuest characters. They want to be able to relive EverQuest in Monsters and Memories, and I get that too. I understand it. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Do you think Wiz quad kiting will still be a thing? Yes. We may lose Sal, but should have Snare. I think it will still be a thing. Right now, Snare is a level 24 spell, so we're getting close to it on this wizard. Getting very close. I don't think that it'll go away. Now, it might. They might get rid of the snare on the wizard and get rid of Sao in general, and then you're going to have to like at least have a duo with another player. Maybe they'll do something like that where like a wizard ranger combination to quad kite mobs might be the thing. I think that they are trying to push this game into a group-focused direction, which is what it was meant to be in the first place. But what I like to say is they were on like a group-focused trajectory, and then at some point they took a detour off to the side, and now they're course-correcting back to that group focus. The game right now, in its current state, is very solo, not focused, but it's a very soloable game and is more efficient to play solo, and which I don't think was ever the intent. It just happened to be that's what happened based on a few things. So anyway, I heard another group discussing it. They were stating that the name didn't fit the skills. That's what they're stating. Yeah, they're saying that the name doesn't fit the skills. I was going to cheer that guy, but now he's too far away. Hello. If you're in the stream, hello, how are you? Yeah, I don't know that the theme will fit the class anymore or not. Sean, the AKA Loving Robot, says that it will. The thing is, what we know for the Shadow Knight is it's going to have monster-based skills. You're going to have to go out and fight monsters and learn skills through fighting the monsters. Okay, that's what we know. What we don't know is what those skills are going to be. We don't know, like what monsters are going to drop them, or if they're going to be drop spells, or if they're going to be learned skill. We don't know how that's going to function. So I think that's where people need to just kind of like just take a breather and wait till we actually see the skills in game. They could all be necromantic thematic based skills, in which case it's still going to be a Shadow Knight. But they could also completely change that, So we don't know. We really don't know. Speaking of grouping, what is your dream party comp? Based on right now in the game, or what the game is meant to be? Because those would be two completely different things. Right now, what's in the game, my party comp is just a bunch of charm classes stuck together in a group. It's like crazy. It's crazy good. But what I would prefer is a tank, a healer, 3 DPS/utility classes, like a mixture of those, and a really solid CC class like an enchanter. Not a charming enchanter, but a CC enchanter. And buff bot, like people like to call it. It's not a buff bot. It's actually way more than a buff bot. I guess what classes you're bringing based on the new class vision? Yeah, what I would like to see, based on the new class vision, fighter, cleric, and then enchanter. And then outside of that, we'll have to see what the new classes bring. But I'm thinking, like one of those classes being a snarer, so probably a ranger. I like rogues. I like monks. I like the physical DPS classes a lot because they just have consistent damage. That would be my preferred. Probably a rogue, monk, and ranger, honestly. Those 3 as the DPS, and then enchanter, cleric, and fighter as the tank, healer, and CC. I think that's going to be like a super solid group. You have pretty much everything you need out of those 3 classes. Or out of those 6 classes. What my group, though, for early access, we already pretty much know what it's going to be. Assuming they get the what's it called? The XP worked out. Where solo XP is not the best way to XP and grouping is the best way. My static group is going to be it's going to be me as a fighter. We got a monk, probably an enchanter. That might change, but probably an enchanter, necromancer, elementalist. I think it's 5, right? And then a healer. We're not sure on the healer yet. Oh, shoot. These guys were not... They weren't close enough. But that's probably what my group is going to be. But one thing I love about this style of game is that there isn't a... I mean, there's going to be always like a meta of like best overall group. But there's a lot of different group makeups that you can do that function. And that's something that I love about this game style. We actually played the exact setup last night. Rogue, Monk, Ranger, Enchanter. Had a fighter for a bit. Inquisitor. Absolutely insane. Yeah, it's going to be solid. No more Kaz? No, Kaz will play. Kaz is going to be our Enchanter. But he might switch to Bard. Depending on the... what they do with the new classes, he might play Bard. No, Kaz is a staple in our group. Like, he's not going anywhere. He only played a cleric here because we thought the beta was going to end in June. And we're like, okay, well, let's just try some different classes, mess around with some stuff. He didn't want to play an enchanter and get burned out on the enchanter and then go enchanter again for early access. But yeah, Kaz isn't going anywhere. Like, he's a staple. He's actually currently yapping away in my ear. He's right there yapping away in my ear. Yeah, our group is pretty much set. We got to figure out who's the healer. We have a person going to play the healer, I think, now. But he doesn't know what he wants to play. And we leave it up to, like, the individual. We don't care what people play. We really don't. Now, if somebody else wanted to play a tank, I would absolutely just not play a tank. I would play a DPS class or something. So we make sure that we have a balanced group, but we don't care what people play. Like, it's not a big deal. Would you mind reading my last comment? I don't want to report something if I don't know if it's a bug. Rangers can shoot a bow, then weapon swap to throwing dagger, then back to bow without losing any bow damage uptime. Do you think that is a bug or intended? I don't think it's neither a bug nor intended. I believe it's probably more of an oversight. But if people want to be able to swap, like if you go here and you have your ammo and you put it down here, right? And then you have, and you put arrows in there, and you have arrows, say, like in this inventory slot, and you swap your arrow back and forth. If you're willing to do that and play that way, I don't think that they're going to change that. It probably wasn't intended to be played that way, but to be able to do that, I think that, yeah, they're absolutely good. You know, sure, why not? Which classes are good healers so far? All three of the healers are good. So it's the cleric, shaman, and druid. They're all good for different things. Overall, right now, the shaman is probably considered the best healer for solo, grouping, and in raids. The best overall, like, can just do everything. The druid is a better soloer, but not as good of a healer in like groups and raid situations. The cleric is the best at healing up, like recovering health or preventing damage to a party member. So they all do it, and they're all good at it. But yeah, I would say that the shaman is probably overall the best currently. But it's not like by a crazy amount or anything like that. All three healers can heal all content in the game except for raid content where you need multiple healers. I would say that in the raid content, shaman and clerics are really the only ones that are healing. I mean, the druid can also heal, but their healing isn't as mandatory. Having a shaman there for the debuff and having a cleric there for the actual heals, kind of, I wouldn't say mandatory for in-game, but it will be mandatory for in-game, I think, later on. Just got started on the PvP server. Any tips? Learn everything you can and watch out once you hit level 2. The only real tip that I can give you. Do any of them have available? Yes, the cleric can resurrect. Yeah, cleric. That's paladin can also resurrect, but cleric is way better. Collect the green scarab pieces for armor. Yeah, you can do that too. Early armor on PvP is probably good. So druids and shaman cannot res? They cannot res, no. Not currently. Will they in the future? Maybe. But I don't think that's the plan for those classes. You guys doing something or just... Okay. That's cool. Yeah, do that. If you get those, you're just going to do that for tonight so you can get some XP or what? That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Yeah, if you can, yeah, just stay there. Oh, this is Timberfang. I didn't realize I had a named here. Well, that changes things. I didn't even know there was a named wolf out here. We're going to have to kite this around for a bit. Right, let me kill this other one. Kite this until I get mana back, and then we can... Oh, boy. Oh, shoot. I don't have enough mana still. Dang, damn it. All right, Timber Fang, you've got, let's see, what is this, 600 seconds? We got like a minute or so left on that. Oh, shoot, I don't want to deal with that either. I don't need more mobs. We'll kill Timber Fang here in a minute, see what he drops. I didn't even know what this mob is. Druid can res your donkey. Yeah, Druid can res animals. That is true. He drops Cinch of the Howler, leather belt. Is that the only thing he drops? Who said that? Who's that? Oh, yeah. Not sure. I've only seen him one time, despite me spending a lot of time looking for him. I wasn't even looking for him. He just kind of happened to appear. All right, let's get my mana back. Let me get 10 seconds ahead of this guy. What? It could be me. You never know. All right, we got some mana. Let's do this. Go over here. Doink. Wait, did that actually go off? Oh, no, it didn't. That would have been weird. Oh, he's running away. Let's see. Yep. Cinch of the Forest Howler. There you go. Not a bad belt for this level. 2 strength, 2 dex, 2 charisma. Oh, whoops. What belt do you have on Isar? Is it good? I'm on Cradle. Oh, yeah, that's better than what I just got. I just got like a randomly had this this wolf over here. Accidentally aggroed. Yeah, named Timber Wolf over here in Keeper's Bite. Timber Wolf? Oh, Timber Fang? Yeah. That's really good. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Pretty good for the level, for sure. Ugh. Wish you had it literally wearing cloth. All right, you're on the PvP server though, right? I'd say come over and get it. Slowly but surely, we're getting levels. Very, very, very slowly. Seems like it's going to be an XP day. What level was the wolf? I did not con it. I don't know. But around probably 23, 24 is my guess. I'm kind of excited for tomorrow. You guys, have y'all ever seen the Blue Angels? Anybody in chat seen the Blue Angels? They are flying in downtown Charleston tomorrow. And I may or may not go to it. And take the kiddo down there. A bunch of times. Did you enjoy it? I think it'd be something cool to see. I've never seen it live. Like in person. Love some Blue Angels? Yeah, I kind of want to go check it out. How you doing, Zukin? I'm in zone with you on 19 Bard, participating in some of your favorite playstyle. Charming yellows to fight reds. Nice. Can't beat them, join them. I mean, you know, just saying that you can do it. Used to go as a kid, really cool. I don't live too far from you. Never seen them. Go down and check it out. They have an air show of sorts around too. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. It's definitely going away soon on Bard, for sure. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. All right, we can get a bear. We got a wolf. We got... Let's do the drakes. We've got 4 drakes up. I'd come do something with you, but I probably can't help you too much, Andy. What do you think about giving some NPCs LLM-based AI? What does the LLM stand for? What, like... I don't want to make assumptions on anything. I've done that way too many times. Large language models. I think it'd be a cool idea, yeah. I think that adding AI to the game in that sense would be really fun, where you could actually talk to NPCs. If that's what you mean by that? I think it would be fun, yes. I think it would be really, really cool. Yeah, I think it'd be neat. I don't know that they should put it into this game necessarily, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I do think that concept is definitely something that's really cool to have in video games in general. Plus minus 4 hours. So whenever that. Yeah. Oh, combat-wise? You want him to actually be in combat-wise? I don't know. I don't know if that would be what this game needs. You want him to be, like, smart, casting certain spells based on certain things, going after the healer first, that kind of stuff? That would probably ruin this game. Did they interrupt that? What the heck? What the... Did they both resist? What the heck's happening here? To an extent, that would ruin this game and the play style of this game. So, for what? Yeah, I'll do it. I need more gear, but I'll do it. Like, I mean, I'll be okay, I guess. I got one. You need an LLM for that type of logic? You would, yeah, exactly. You need something very specific to that, which would be kind of hard to develop and deal with. I don't think it would be a good idea right now. Just being able to have casual conversation with NPC would be pretty novel. That I would agree with. That I think would be a fun thing to have in the game. Just like go up to a guard and be like, have a conversation with him. Like, hey, you know, do you know where the banker is? And then they would be like, yeah, he's right down the, you know, thing to the right or whatever, or across from, like, and actually have a conversation with the guard. That would be kind of cool. Good afternoon. How you doing? Yeah, I'm all for that. But having like logic-based NPCs, I don't know, like for combat, I don't know that would fit this style of game. I think the idea for this game is that it is the old school. It's kind of feeding off of that, where it's very predictable combat. So I don't know. I feel like that would be frowned upon by a lot of people in the community. I want to eradicate humans. They might. They might. You know, teaching video games how to fight in a video game is probably the start of the AI revolution. Because if we teach them how to fight there, they take those tactics into real life. But I mean, it would be kind of neat to see in a game like this where like an NPC or a group of NPCs targets the healer, like the healer's healing, and they target the healer, and not make it threat based. Just make it, oh, you're healing. We know we got to take you out first. The problem with that is how do you protect the healer? You'd have to like it would be like a like a PvP type of situation. The healers have to stay in the back. The NPCs would try to rush in. Like, it would be really tough. They would win every first two engage. They would, yeah, they would. I feel like that's why they're wanting for EQ next, EQ3 with landmark, advanced NPC interaction. I feel like that's what they were going to try for sure. Let's go ahead and do invocation here. What guy did you pull? Yeah, get those pants. Yeah, those were really easy when I did them. Yeah, and you're probably better geared now than I was when I did it. Where'd that wolf go? Everything's gonna get worse, like camped wise. I don't know, maybe. I mean, my pants show up, yes. Yeah, it's like a gardening tool. Oh no, I got a Drake. Dagnabbit. I don't know. I think so, yes. It's for like is it not? I don't know. I think it's for like digging up the dirt, like agitating the dirt, like moving the dirt around in an area. Yeah, we barely hit that Drake at all. Do you know if I can turn rusty iron gear into scraps? Rusty iron gear? Yes. Yeah, you could turn it into scraps. Go to the forge. And you have to buy like rivet removers or something like that from the blacksmith guy. And then you go to the forge and break it down there. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. I would love to do it, but by the time I get my wizard there, it's going to be crowded. If I get my wizard there. I could probably log in super early and do it, but I'm not worried about it. Let's go find that wolf. Oh my gosh. Of course I got resisted. Kitten meow. Oh my gosh, dude. This is so annoying. Of course that wolf would resist me. Oh, no wonder I'm not gaining mana. I don't have my buff up. All right, I need to go back to town. How do you make the spell description pop up like that? Hold down, right click on it. The heck? How much mana is Gate? 55? Huh? Oh, that's good. Better than what I'm wearing now. Have to get... I guess. I'll have to get the better greaves off the other mob later, but that would definitely be good for now. Reasons why I don't. Well, they had 1,000 invites go out today. Gate loves to collapse more than EQ. Oh, dude, it does. Gate in this game, oh, it's awful. Like, I feel like it shouldn't collapse as much as it does. I even, on a level 60 wizard, it was still collapsing. Gate was. I was like, what? Makes no sense. Yay, we got Sal. This is a pretty decent spot over here for quad kiting, though. Like, I don't mind it. Not too bad. Not too bad. So this round should get me to 23 before the sow wears off. I might be able to hit 24 today, but I don't know if I don't know. We'll see if I want to keep pushing for 24 or not. I might. But the kiddo is coming over, so I may not. We got kiddo and family night and all that kind of stuff happening tonight. So might jump off a little earlier today. And I gotta figure out what we're gonna do for dinner. If we're gonna do pizza and a movie night or something else. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone. I love when people make comments that, like, Monsters and Memories will fail, and then followed by literally anything, right? It doesn't matter what it is. But saying that the devs taking X stance will cause the game to fail. That is such a short-sighted way to look at things. You may not you may not agree with their take. You may not agree with whatever it is that they're talking about, but to say that something is going to fail because you are one person that doesn't like it, or even the group of people that you play games with doesn't like it, doesn't mean the game will fail. I just find that such a short-sighted thing to say, because it's like, we all play games for different reasons. Some people are going to like it. Some people are not going to like a lot of the things that these devs do. Like, I don't think that if they leave charm in the exact way that it is right now, whether I like it or not, I don't think it would necessarily cause the game to fail, for example. I don't like it. I wouldn't want to play the game that way, but will I play it? Probably. I'll just use charm all the time. But like, it's just so short-sighted. I think Sean has a different definition of success than most people. Oh, very different. I agree. Very different. For this dev team, this game is already successful. Before it even comes out in early access and they start making money, it's already successful for many of the devs on the team. And Sean included. So, yeah, I think it's silly when people are like, the game's going to fail because of whatever, like, and then they give some, like, arbitrary, dumb reason. Like, come on, people. Dang it. Let's grab these two over here since they're kind of close together. Thread the needle here, baby. But yeah, like, one of the things I've been seeing lately is, like, something that I don't agree with either is some classes or some races can only be some classes or whatever. And I don't agree with it. I think that all races should be able to be all classes, personally. Like just my take on it. But whether they do that or not, like, I don't think the game is going to fail either direction they go with that. I don't think it matters. Pantheon's newsletter looks promising. Yeah. More fluff talk. Pantheon's newsletters often look promising. They're very good at making things sound amazing. They have a very good editor. Whoever's writing up some of that stuff. I don't know if it's Joppa or somebody else, but they often make it sound really good. I like a limited race class matrix personally. Yeah, and I think some people love that, you know? And I mean, it's whatever to me. I would prefer every class or every race being able to be every class. I just like that. That's just a preference that I have, but I don't care. I wouldn't not play the game because of it. Ah! I nuked myself. Dang it. Troll Paladin win? Maybe. Oh my gosh, that Forest Drake needs to go away. The long-term plan is to keep adding stuff for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you know, that's something, Zukin, that that I don't like, and it's not going to stop me from playing the game. But something that I don't like that it seems like Sean wants to do, or some of you guys at the team want to do, is the questing to unlock certain race class combos. And I think the idea is great. I just don't know that it fits the game, because it's like, who's going to want to load up, create a character to play the game, to get to a point where they can do the quest, to then start their character completely back over again. In a game like this, you know, something like if you could have something like Final Fantasy, I feel like that works really well. Final Fantasy 14, where it's like, okay, it's my same character, so I'm not really starting over. I'm just starting a new class with that same character. But I feel like in this game, it's like you feel like you're starting over, and that just feels bad. But you know, it is what it is. I like the idea of unlock new race class combos through expansions. Yeah, and that's kind of okay. That's kind of okay, I think. You know, like later on down the road, having new race class combos that are just added to the game, that's fine. I just don't like the idea of starting a character to get to a point to start a new character. That just feels so bad to me. You want to do that? So +1 to that at least? You do want that? That's interesting. I'm surprised that the amount of people that actually want to start a character, get it to like level 20, and then like unlock another race class combo and then start a whole new thing. I'm just really surprised by that. There's a lot of people that like it, that like the idea. It's not for me. But I already know, I'm pretty sure, like 99% sure, I'm going to be a Dwarven fighter on early access. And if I want to start another character as an alt, I'll just do the quest of my Dwarven fighter, start another character my alt. So it'll work out fine. But yeah. You're a masochist gamer? Well, I mean, I am too. But I don't find that fun. It's not about like I just don't find it fun. I think it's just terrible. But yeah, some people will like it. You don't mind the race class thing? Choices have consequences? Yeah, and I get that. I totally get the lore side of it and the race class combo lore side. I like that too, because like I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings, and it wouldn't feel the same if there wasn't the tension between the elves and the dwarves, right? If that tension wasn't there, then the story wouldn't feel the same. So I'm okay with that. I just prefer as a player to be able to start whatever race I want with whatever class I want. But, you know, lore-wise, I totally get it. It's fun. Think I understand what you're talking about? No, you don't like that? Yeah, like there's two different things. The starting a class, like there's being able to just play a Dwarven wizard, you know, or I could play a goblin, whatever. Like, that's one thing. But right now, like a goblin wizard is not an option currently. However, they have the idea, Sean has talked about this a few times, having the idea that through end game means you're going to be able to unlock the goblin wizard as a playable race class combo. But a player first starting out in the game for their very first character will not be able to have that. They have to create another character and then do a quest line to then unlock that. That's where I'm like, I disagree. But, you know, whatever. I would find a high elf monk or necro weird. I mean, I would find it weird too. Lore reasons. I would find it weird. But those are two different discussions, I guess. While I like the any race, any class type of games, it's pretty jarring when WoW that I played forever had orc paladins, like shamanistic race now somehow has a holy fighter. I mean, yeah, but would you be okay if they made Goblin Paladins in this game? Because they could easily do that and base it on lore. You know? I'm more of the D&D 5th edition though. Like, I love D&D 5th edition because you have the you can do any race class combo that you want. And I like that. But, you know, I get that not everybody does. You play Solasta? I love Solasta. Yeah. I have Solasta 2, which I kind of want to play. I'm trying to find another. There's a wolf. Oh, shoot. There's a wolf there. Golly, it hit me. Loved it? Yeah, I love Solasta. I think it's fantastic. Solasta 2 is looking really, really, really solid, and I can't wait to play it. Oh, goodness. I hope I only got 4 here. But yeah, I've got it, and I don't know. I'm kind of wanting to play it for early access and check it out. But I also kind of want to wait for the game to fully come out. I really hope they add a dungeon builder like they had for Solasta 1. I spent so much time in that dungeon builder just goofing off. It's just super fun to me to design encounters, design mobs, like design quests. I love doing that stuff. Freaking love it, man. It is so much fun. I would do that in this game if they let me. I would do it in a heartbeat in this game if they let me. Is Solasta pen and paper? So Solasta it's a video game that is based on 5th edition D&D rules. So it uses the public D&D edition rules. They don't have like the full rules like Baldur's Gate 3 had. So whatever that's called. But it's very, very strongly based on that. But then they make their own. They make a lot of their own abilities and spells and, you know, stuff like that. Hang on, let me focus here for a second. Wow, that one mob. Thank you. One mob got blasted, and the rest of these not so much. Yeah, if you like D&D 5th edition, though, play Solasta. It is the most... hang on. It's the most D&D... It feels the most like pen and paper D&D than any other video game I've ever played. Oh my gosh, 2 resists in a row? Are you kidding me? Jeez Louise, come on. Cleric is good in Celeste. It is, yeah. So is Paladin. Yeah, they are. Would you do it for free in this game? Yeah, I would do it for free for this game. I would absolutely be a volunteer developer for this game. And then maybe later on, once they start making money, just like the developer, the volunteers for it right now, I would absolutely do what they are doing. Spend time developing this game, writing quests, creating encounters. I would love to do that. And then later on, maybe try to turn it into a job or career. Would love to. All right, sorry. Let me read some of this. Is there a game if they somehow are able to make a lore reason for it, but it's weird? I don't see goblins as some sort of holy creature. Yeah, I mean that's the thing for me. Like if they want to make a goblin a paladin, go for it. You know, if they want to do it for lore reasons, go for it. Paladins being about a warrior that fights for a deity, not specifically good or light side. Exactly. Yeah, it's neither good nor evil. They're just a paladin is just it's a holy avenger kind of thing, right? I like things really grounded in, for a lack of better words, reality. What makes sense for X race Y. Well, yeah, but like that, how I look at that, and I get where you're coming from, but like how I look at that is that's based on the lore and things that you are accustomed to, based on things that the way that Tolkien wrote it or whatever, or like, you know, other people like that, right? They kind of instilled that in us, but at any point in time, orcs could have been the good guys based on anything. They could have been friends with the elves. It's just we have been told over, you know, centuries that orcs are bad guys and elves are good by nature. But it didn't necessarily have to be that way, you know? Master War is, yes, that's the god of death in this game. Anyone play Paladin Monsters of Memories? A little bit. How hard is it to get a good balance of stats for Paladin? It's not hard. I mean, you're kind of limited right now. Pretty much every tank in this game, all four of them, are going to be wearing, for the most part, the exact same gear by in-game. There's just, this is the best gear, for the most part. There are some things for Paladin that are really good, though. They're like my fighter wears a chest piece that would be really, really good on a Paladin. Probably best in slot for a Dwarven Paladin. Maybe I just so WoW cloned to see Paladin as a goody two shoes. Yeah, I think so. Like Paladin they can be evil. Whichever race is the conquerors is automatically seen as good. Well, that's true too. Yeah, the victors write history is how it works, and they are just written about as the good guys. But like, what if let's go back to Lord of the Rings when it was originally written. What if the elves and the dwarves and the humans and all of those were technically the bad guys, and the orcs were just living their life, enjoying what they enjoy, and all of those other races decided to attack them and make up stories about them that were all fabricated. And then the orcs started to have to defend themselves. And then what we now know as the good guys wrote the story of the orcs started to raid our villages. Maybe they were just raiding the villages because they were attacked first. You know, like that could be the lore, and that would have completely changed what we thought, you know, completely changed what we're thinking of. Elves are elves are not really nice people. They're very egotistical. You know, they're not really the nicest, for sure. Orcs have been run out of 109 zones. I mean, yeah. Think about it. Sometimes you feel bad for the orcs, you know? Or the Oruks. Whatever the heck they call them. Aren't they Oruks? Alright, I see a bear, a bear. We've seen humans do some terrible things in history. Rewatch Lord of the Rings, thinking the humans are the bad guys, and it's a very different story. It is. It's an extremely different story. And it's very plausible. All right, let's get this guy. All right, we'll do those. Oh my gosh, we got so many drakes over here. I got to kill those drakes next. Okay. We'll get on that next round. Bear in there. A chair as well. A bear chair? I do agree about the rest. I enjoyed that about EQ2 and eventually Vanguard. Yeah, I like the idea, but you know, like I said, you know, it's you guys make the game that you want. I'll be here for it either way. I like what you guys are doing with it, and if lore is the reason you want to have class race combos, then go for it. You know, I'm fine with it. It's not going to affect me. I'm still going to play, probably right now, a Dwarven Paladin. Or Dwarven Fighter. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm dying here. I love the betrayal system in EQ2. I mean, that was interesting. That was interesting. I don't know if I liked it, though. Oh my gosh, that grizzly bear does not want to die. Really, bear? Are you kidding me right now? That bear just was super resistant. Dang it. Level up. All right, I'm going to get the heck out of here. That stinking bear, dude. The resist feels so bad in this game. It feels so bad. Betrayal was neat. I did it at least 3 times. Did you? Wow. Yeah, I played a Rotanga Guardian in EverQuest 2. That guy was going to help me, I think, but I got too many. I got mobs on me. I don't want to deal with that. All right, let's camp out, camp back in, or come back in. Oh no. 10, 9. Oh shoot, he's going to get to me. That wolf is fast. Nah. Ow, I almost made it out. I was so close. It was probably like 1 second away. The NPC saved me. They did, but I was hoping to just camp out. It's all good. It's funny I complained about having classes make sense with races thematically and practically, and yet I'm currently playing a game that's classless, so I can pick a rogue-themed ability and a mage-themed ability on any race. Yeah. I betrayed early when the quest required you to kill specific names, and the game was so broken early. They only spawned once every 24 hours of real time. Respawn on server up. I had to camp that mob for weeks. That's awful. That is awful. You got an Ixar Paladin, Coercer Halfling, and then Mage Ixar. Nice. Coercer. I forgot that that was a class. I forgot it was a class. We had a Coercer and an Illusionist in our guild. You pretty much wanted to have like one of every class for raids. I feel like they did a good job with that in EverQuest 2. Like, having one of every class in your raid actually meant something, because every class in that game did something special. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember like balance being too big of an issue in that game. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't look at it that way back then. Or maybe I didn't care. I don't know. But I don't remember balance being too big of an issue for in-game content. I'll be back in just a second, guys. I'm going to use the restroom while I'm, well, mostly healing up. I didn't bring any bandages, so give me a second. I'll be right back. All right. Let's go see if we can kill some more without getting hit too many times. I can't do Drakes. Drakes have that ranged attack they can do. I need to do something not a Drake. We got a bear. We got wolves. Bear. Let's do the wolves. 2 wolves, 2 bears. See if we can do that. Oh, nope. We're going to probably get this other wolf in there, actually. Oh, no. We're going to get an extra bear, too. God bless. We got a bear, a wolf, a wolf. Do I just get two wolves and 2 bears? I can't see. Nope, I got 5. Dang it. God, I can't see. Like, so hard to freaking see. I hate it. Really don't like it. Glad there's no sandstorm. Yeah, you don't have to worry about sandstorms over here. You're watching on the beach? What? It's all rainy weather here. No beach weather here where I'm at. Dagnabbit. Oh my gosh, dude. That forest stalker needs to die. Holy moly. All right, there we go. That's good. Oh, shoot. That bear just started charging. What the heck? Well, let's get 10 seconds away. Oh, that's not 10 seconds. Oh, boy. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you kidding me? These are not wanting to work out. There we go. That was just not working out for me. Hopefully at level 24 we can make this a little bit easier because we'll have the AoE snare. I should probably also get I should probably also upgrade my gear a little bit soon. At least get jewelry. Yeah, if I got 5 pieces of jewelry with int mana jewelry. Alone in the dark, a little gnome meditates. I like it. I like it. Where am I at? This is in Keeper's Bite. So where the boat comes in is right down here, normally. Right now it's teleport, but boat comes in here, and then you go up the lift here into... I forget the name of the village now. Why? I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, so yeah, this is where the boat comes in. So I'm right at Keeper's Bite. It's a great view up here. Like, I love sitting up here. Especially with the correct lighting. This is where, like, Zukin... Appreciate you, Zukin. I assume you did a lot of the art in this game. I don't know what art you have done completely, but you've done a lot of it, I think. But yeah, this is where it's beautiful up here. You just sit and look out into the water, you know, while you're meditating. I feel like you should get bonus mana while you're meditating here because it's like so serene. You should be easier to meditate. Just saying. You're just a character guy? Ah, well, the gnome looks good sitting on the hill. Still looks good. Reminds me of a beautiful version of the cliffs of Fiona Bay. Yeah. This looks like the cliffs of Moher in real life. If you've ever been to Ireland and seen the cliffs of Moher, I will show you pictures. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? That's what it reminds me of. I have literally been here. I have climbed up this castle, this little thing right here that I just clicked on, and it didn't make it bigger. But I have climbed up this this little tower right here. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I've only seen the ones that are one town over. I figure they all look like more or less. Well, they probably do, yeah. Some more or less. I get it. But yeah, this is another view. See, like this little castle right here. It keeps opening it up instead of enlarging it. I just want to make it bigger. But yeah, that right there is the same as the other one. Like Giant's Causeway more, cooler volcanic rocks. That is true, yeah. That's pretty cool too. Right-click image. Oh, yeah, I could do it that way as well. But yeah, it's just beautiful scenery over here. I loved it. But this, and then there's another place where I remember driving in Ireland, and we're driving down the road, and there's like this little, what I would call a convenience store. It's like it seems like a gas station. It's not a gas station. It's just like a little shop on the side of the road. And to the right is just this open field. I was like, wow. It was just breathtaking to me. Absolutely breathtaking. We sat there and ate ice cream from that shop. We got like a little thing of ice cream, little ice cream cone, and we sat there and just looked out over this rolling hills for probably an hour. Just sat there and did nothing for an hour. You could see like sheep off in the distance, kind of roaming around, like herds of them. It was just super awesome. I highly recommend checking it out. Highly, highly recommend it if you ever get the chance to go over to Ireland and drive around. I just recommend just exploring the world, man. Just going out and seeing the world in general. If you get the opportunity, go do it. Like, that's what I love about video games, by the way. One of the things I absolutely love about them is you can go and explore a world without ever leaving your living room or computer room or wherever it is that you game at. But if you can go do it in real life, it's amazing. You never heard of Newport House? Or have you ever heard of? I have heard of that. Yes. Was that? Wait, that wasn't there, was it? We went to some like old house. Was it the Newport House? Huh? Nothing. Vanderbilt owned. That looks awesome. Your family owned it? That's cool. Yeah. They don't, a lot of them don't realize like how the game's being played. And it feels really bad because like they look at it from a different perspective. Yep. Because they don't realize, like, speed of pulls, like, is what you're looking for. They think, oh, there's mobs available, so therefore it's fine. Yeah. I'm afraid if I play this game, I'll never escape. Yeah, you and me both. I mean, I'm already kind of lost. Already kind of lost in it. Let's have one person sit up there. I have not. Do 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 do. Oh. I don't think so. Well, not just itemize it, but they're going to make it harder. They can't leave it like that. Yeah, they need to make it. They need to make that all the mobs around there much more difficult. To where you can't just like have a raid sit there or groups of people sit there. What's some of the most useful and needed classes for a new player? I mean, every class can be useful in different ways. But I wouldn't worry about that too much right now because a lot of that's getting changed. They're gonna have a lot of changes coming soon to the game, to the classes specifically. So don't worry about that too much. Just play whatever you want right now that seems fun. Yes, easily. Banned. No, I have no idea. Even classes that people often assume are solo classes, like Necro, have a role to play in groups. They do, yeah. I have a Necro that plays in my group all the time. The thing is, right now, unfortunately, those classes just would prefer to play solo. They're going to fight. I was told otherwise today. It was funny. Oh no. I just ran out of Sal. Let me go back to town. Good thing I didn't pull. I was about to pull some mobs. Almost did it. Travel just takes up a lot of time and having to wait for everyone to get there versus solo, like 1 hour. Oh, yeah. It is, yeah. That's why, like, I think that group XP needs to be substantially better. It needs to be incentivized a lot more. Because, like you said, wait, there's Gith. Hey, Gith, you want to sow and regen me? I see you. If I get asked to join, you always join? Yeah, some people do, some people don't. But it's one of those things where, like you said, you can get on and get XP with some classes immediately, while other classes require a group. And then those classes that don't require a group that can get on and just start XPing immediately, generally speaking, they get more XP solo than they do in a group anyway. They just do. Like, it's really a bad thing. Like the XP per hour. I think it's 4 hours. Well, yeah, right now the XP rates are just they're bad. That's all I'm going to say about it. They're bad, straight up bad. Hopefully, with the changes in TTK and the class changes that they're proposing, we're going to see some adjustments to that, where some of these classes can still solo, but they can't solo as well. But if they leave it in, like they said, the Necromancer is going to be able to still solo really well. The Monk will be capable of soloing. You know, certain classes they're saying are going to be capable of soloing. If they leave them in and allow them to solo as well as classes can currently solo, then I feel like they need to adjust the group XP more and incentivize that more. So we'll see what they do with it. Otherwise, you're just going to see a lot of those classes. Like a lot of those classes. You're pretty much never going to see a necromancer that wants to group or would prefer to group. I like classes that have the ability to solo. I usually log on, start soloing, and throw up the LFG instantly. A lot of times I never get a message, and a lot don't post groups looking for more. I mean, that's true. And it's the reason, though, is because solo XP and duo XP and trio XP is just so much better. Like, most people, if they have a duo or a trio, they have no reason to add anybody else to the party. So they don't want to take you. And then those solo classes, most of the time, they don't need a party. They just don't. So it feels really bad for people that are playing like Fighter and Rogue or Spellblade, Inquisitor. Any of those classes that just don't solo very well. Feel like Fighter would be the most rare class eventually, or in general. Fighter, the way that they're building Fighter is if you are not the main tank of a guild or one of the main tanks of a guild, people will probably not play Fighter. That is a very true statement. So yeah, I think it's going to be a not often played class, or if it is played, they're going to want to be the main tank of a guild, and when they realize that those slots are filled by somebody else that has more playtime than them or whatever, for whatever reason, then those people are going to they're just going to end up quitting the game or switching classes. Which, like, I like that the Fighter is built to be a big tank class. I love that. But I totally understand the people that are saying that, if you're not the main tank of a guild, then why play a Fighter? Or that why should a Fighter be the only class that can main tank? I totally get that as well. That's how you become the main tank? Well, yeah, that's a good reason why people become the main tank. That's why I became the main tank 20 plus years ago in EverQuest. I was on all the time, and I played the tank, and, that's pretty much it. If you have a choice between Monster Hunter, Mage Slayer, or Holy Avenger, and Town Guard, why pick the Guard? I mean, I don't disagree. But that's what a fighter is supposed to do. It's supposed to be this big, crazy, hard to kill class. Most DKP, most gear. I'm glad they nerfed the DPS on the 2. Yeah, I mean, I never worried about the DKP and the gear. I worried about the gear when I main tanked in my guild in EverQuest 2, but yeah, for the most part, the guild would pass me the gear. Like, it was never to the point where I'm like, oh my god, I'm not going to get the gear or whatever. Like, I didn't have to worry about it. But in the beginning, it was definitely rough. It was actually not fun because when I first joined my guild in EverQuest 2, they didn't know me, but they knew their other tank that was in there. It was a whole story on that. But it takes time. It takes a lot of time and dedication to be able to become a main tank of a guild. People don't realize it. They just want to, like, I've seen a lot of people that just want to be the center of attention, and they don't realize, like, how much dedication it actually takes to be in that role. It is not fun a lot of times. It's not fun at all. You know, it's nice to get the gear, I guess. But the thing is, like, even as a main tank, once you get the gear, you're still expected to show up to every raid. That's where it irritates me. Is I've been in many guilds, well, prior to EverQuest 2, but I saw it happen many times where the main tank of a guild would get all their gear, and then they would be like, all right, well, I'm done. And they would stop playing the game until the next expansion. And then they would come back in later. And I'm like, that's kind of a jerk move. Never missed a raid in 4 years. I didn't either. Like, I would always make it to raids. And it's definitely rough, man. It is rough. I do not recommend anybody be the main tank of their guild. Ever. Like, I just don't recommend it. Oh my gosh. Plus, the other thing is, it's not just the dedication it takes. I don't trust the tanks to not just disappear. A lot of them, in the past, in my experience, have they have like crazy bad mood swings. You know, where they're just like they're fine one day, then the next day they're just in like a bad mood. And then they just like log out for no reason, don't show up for raids. I don't know, just a lot of it feels bad. So that's why I just don't deal with it anymore. I'm just like, nope, I'll just be the tank. And solve that problem. In games like EverQuest, everybody has a tank box or an alt, so nobody needs the main tank for group content. Or in the case of Warriors, they were the worst group tank. They were terrible group tanks, yeah. And that's kind of holds true in this game, except for the fact that fighters in this game are high DPS. When they take their DPS away, fighters in this game are probably going to end up being the worst group tank. And then, you know, it's going to be like, okay, well, do you play a fighter? You only play a fighter to become a main tank. But like you said, you know, people end up having alts and boxes and stuff. Now, game is supposed to be no box. I've made it very clear on my stance on that. I'm not going to get involved in it right now, but the game is supposed to be no box. Well, certain servers are supposed to be no box. So we'll cross that bridge later on down the road. But for now, how is Druid balanced right now? Druid is one of the best classes in the game currently. It's really good. They'll go Monk or Shadow Knight? Yeah. I think that Shadow Knight tanks right now are the most played and best tank for group content. They can also do raids. So they're pretty solid at the moment. But I think the way that they wrote up the tanks, I think they're all going to have a place at in-game. I think Paladins are not going to be main tanks for the raid, but they will be support tanks for whoever the main tank is, which is probably going to be fighter. So like they're going to put on a buff on the fighter to take some of the damage off of the fighter. At least I hope that's what they do. I really hope that's the direction they go. But as somebody pointed out earlier, if the fighter gets like a 100% riposte ability that allows them to reduce damage by 100% for some amount of time, it's going to become a fighter rotation. You're going to put a fighter, they're going to tank it for 15 seconds or whatever it is, put in a new fighter, tank it, put in a new fighter, tank it, and so on. And each one is going to tank it for their 15 seconds while you burn down the boss as quickly as possible. What they need to do with that, if they do that, is they need to make that a really long cooldown, so that you would need to have like 30 fighters to be able to completely like main tank it for that full duration. But even if they make it 100% for 15 seconds, the first like minute of the fight, you're gonna have a fighter rotation going. So, yeah, we'll see what they do with it. I'm not sure if any of the devs were like hardcore raiders or not in any of these games. Like, I'm not talking about a raider. I'm talking about like a hardcore min-max raider. They might have been, but I don't know if they have or not. Zukin might know if he's still in here. But I think that they might need to consider some of that. I doubt Sean was. I don't see Sean as being a hardcore raider, no. He developed some of the raids. Like, he actually created some of them in EverQuest. But I don't think that he was ever like a hardcore raider. I haven't heard of anybody on the team that they talk about often that was a hardcore raider. I would say hardcore player maybe, but as far as like a min-max poop soccer raider, I don't know. But I really think they need to consider those players if they're going to have raids in the game, which they have in the game already, but yeah. Having fighters be able to flex as like a B tier DPS doesn't sound like a bad solution. I don't think they should flex at all into DPS. I don't like that solution at all. Because if you have it to where they flex into like a B tier DPS like you're saying, then it just kind of becomes a situation where you would just rather have a different class. Right? Why would you have fighters in your party if they're not tanking as a B tier DPS? You know, you might as well bring in a... But the thing is also, like, this game doesn't have limits. There's no party limits or raid limits or whatever for that kind of stuff. You can have as many people as you want at a raid, so... You know, throw as many bodies as you can. You got 50 fighters, throw them at the fight. Why not? Oh my gosh. These wolves need to get away from my fire. Those are the players who usually end up breaking, exploiting the game, or playing in the wrong way. Well, yeah, like the wrong way. But yeah, that's 100% what ends up happening. You're right. And that's why I think they need to kind of look at those players and say, okay, well, how would you deal with this situation? If we were to give you that situation right now in the game, how would you deal with it? Which is currently what's happening with the in-game content already in the game, is they found ways to break it. And they've already broken it many times. So the theory is it's a plus minus 4 hours, but it always happens on a 30-minute mark. So like 4 o'clock being one of those marks. They'll wait, and then they'll like walk away. If it doesn't spawn at 4 o'clock, they'll go do something else and come back at 4:30. That's at least my understanding of it. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are basing it on that theory. Yeah, they need to change that. Sorry, there's currently people that are looking at killing a raid boss right now, and that's what we're talking about in Discord, or that's what's being mentioned in Discord. Clearly, I care a lot about the raid mobs. I don't care. Feral Druids and WoW up to Wrath of the Lich King is the answer. For what? That was like the go-to DPS for a while, wasn't it? The Feral Druid? At least I played it during an era where Feral Druid was the DPS class. And then, yeah, they would be able to switch to tanking if they need to and then go DPS otherwise. Yeah, tank DPS utility role, yeah. Because they could easily just switch to bear form and still tank fairly well. But I don't think they want to do that in this game. I wonder if it's something that could be fixed with itemization then maybe. I mean, I don't necessarily think it needs to be fixed. I think that's the problem. There are players that think that you should be able to spec a certain way by gearing up a certain way to flex into other roles. But I don't think that's the intent for this game at all. TBC Bears could crit immune with 2 pieces of PvP gear. That's something that I hated about PvP in World of Warcraft. Is I was a PvE player, but it was required by hardcore raiders to go do PvP to be able to do certain things like that, where you get a couple pieces of gear. Made them super useful to carry 2 pieces of subpar gear spec and gear for damage and be able to... Yeah, exactly. Druid actually had an identity in that early period as someone who loved WoW Druid. I don't think the theme and identity are the same in Monsters Memory Druid. Seems to be more in line with EQ version flavor. It is, yeah. The Druid in this game is much, much, much closer to the EQ Druid now for sure, and I think even in the future when they make some of these class changes and updates, I still think it's going to be more of an EverQuest Druid. Shape-shifting for a Ranger? I mean, I think that a Ranger getting like a wolf illusion should be fine. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. And I think, in fact, they probably should do that. Oh, whoops. Arcane Invocation is up. You want Rangers to off-tank, give them bear form? I don't think they should do that at all. I don't... Like, off-tanking in this game is not meant to be the same as it was in World of Warcraft. I think that's a very different animal. Because what will end up happening, the World of Warcraft off-tank would end up being a tank, like a group tank often, right? They're just a really good group tank. Whereas in this game, I mean, they could do whatever they want, right? But where in this game, tanks are supposed to be tanks. Like, that's their job. And if they give the ability for Rangers to off-tank well enough to where they could replace a group tank, then you're probably just going to see Rangers or monks or different classes tanking for those groups. Which to me is going to feel pretty bad. Like, it basically negates the need for a tank. So then, you know, it's going to be very hard for tanks to gear up or to level up and gear up, but you're still going to require them for raids. There's only 2 right now. I never figured out a third one, but there might be a third one. I'm suggesting that they already want Rangers to be an off-tank viable. Well, what they mean by off-tank in this game, though, is a temporary tank. Like, literally grab a mob, taunt it, hold on to it for 30 seconds while you adjust or like, oh, we pulled 4 mobs to camp and you have a Ranger in your party. The tank grabs 1. The Ranger grabs 1. The Enchanter in your party, CC... whatever, CC's the other 2, then CC's the one that the Ranger's on. That's my understanding of how they want off-tanking to be. Just long enough to hold threat on a mob until they can get the fight under control. They are not meant to be, like, consistently tanks. And if you make them what World of Warcraft type of off-tank, then those can be consistent tanks for groups. And then they would... in this type of game, become the go-to tank for group content. Because they're going to be doing more damage, they're going to have more utility, but they can tank well enough. Kind of like what we have right now, where the Druid and Shaman are preferred healers over a Cleric. Because a Druid and Shaman can heal well enough, but provide a lot more utility. So that's what I see happening, and that's why I don't think that a Ranger, it's not going to be an off tank in the same sense that a WoW off tank was. Like, they're not even going to be picking up, they're not going to be picking up raid mobs. At least I don't think they should, but maybe they will. But like a Ranger would not be off tanking a raid mob even temporarily in this game. And they shouldn't be. They should be like off-tanking trash for 30 seconds. All right, sorry. I'll go back and read some of this. I'm sure they already want Ranger to off tank. Ranger's not going to be magic class according to the new description. It's not. No, it's going to be a physical DPS class with more natural abilities. rather than magical abilities. I also don't think any class other than tank should be tanking. Otherwise, like you said, off-tank classes would just tank in XP groups. Yep. High enough DPS group won't need a true tank. They won't. Exactly. That's going to be the problem. A lot of games have a problem with tank shortage. That has not been my experience with this game. Tanks everywhere. So what you're going to see in this game, based on my previous experience with games like this, you're going to see a lot of tanks at low level. And then what you're going to end up seeing is, as you get higher level, those tanks are going to get thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. Why is that? First and foremost, because everybody wants to be a tank. Like, there's so many people, not everybody, but you know what I mean. A lot of people want to be the center of attention. They want to control the group, and tanks generally do that. But they quickly realize that being a tank in a game like this is probably, it's the most scrutinized class in a party. It's the most demanding class. You always have to be paying attention. It becomes a lot of work to be a tank. And all of them except for the Shadow Knight require a group at all times to really be able to get any type of XP or do anything, really. So it's kind of rough to play a tank. So at low levels, everybody has this drive. I want to be a tank. I'm going to do it. It's going to be amazing. And that drive quickly falls off. Very, very quickly falls off. So that's why you generally don't see them at higher levels as much, and they become much, much, much thinner. Generally, it was hybrids acting as off-tank stand-ins and warriors being the main tanks. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's going to be the same thing in this game. Fighters, main tanks. The other 3 tanks are going to be off-tanks with all the support roles kind of stuff. I think Ranger Monk should be able to tank in an XP group. It opens up more classes to tank for groups. True tanks still have a place in raid situations. Yeah, but the thing is, Navarre, if they do that, if you make it to where Rangers and Monks can tank in XP groups, they're going to be better for XP groups in almost every situation. Just like right now, the Shadow Knight is the best overall tank for groups because they can tank as well as any of the other tanks. They do more damage than, let's say, 2 of the other tanks, because I think they still do just as much damage as a fighter does. But then they also have all of the utility on top of that the fighter does not. So it ends up being, why would you put a fighter in your party? If you could have all the utility, the DPS, and the tanking capabilities of the Shadow Knight. That's where the problem, I think, comes in. And if you start throwing in monks and rangers, they can tank well enough. You super gear a monk or a ranger, they're going to tank just fine for a group and doing more damage than a group or in that group. So they're going to be the preferred class, plus all the utility that they bring. They're just going to be preferred by everybody. So, like, I get why people would want to have more tanks. You know, like you have 6 tanks rather than 4 tanks, because then you have more options, but you would end up actually with less options. You're going to end up with everybody wanting to play a ranger and a monk and almost nobody playing a fighter. You would lose out on, or not fighter, but the other 4 tanks. You would lose out a lot of those to those classes. So you wouldn't end up with true tanks at the end game at all, except for the dedicated hardcore PV or hardcore raiders, I feel like. Curious if there's any multi-target dot type thing. Not yet that I know of, no. They might put it in, though. That's what you're doing now, isn't it? No, this isn't dots. I'm doing quad kiting, so they're just nukes. Just straight direct damage spells. Bear form on Ranger doesn't have to be WoW bears. I'm suggesting make the leather, make bear form boost them to chain. I mean, I could see that, maybe. Just give them more armor class, like make them a leather class and then give them more armor class when they're in bear form. You could do that, but it would confuse players. Instantly, people would be like, oh, I can tank because I gain more armor on a bear form on a ranger, I now am a tank. Which is the same thing that people have already confused in this game, saying because the fighter does X amount of DPS, they get triple attack, they get They get crit damage, all of that. Oh, now they're all of a sudden a DPS class. And it's like, they're not, though. They're not intended to be a DPS class. So, you know, that it confuses the players quite a bit. I mean, eventually they'll learn. They'll figure it out, but... Where's the other... I thought there was another Drake over here. I guess not. We'll go grab this one, I guess. Required group makes it less desirable. It does, yeah. It does, for sure. Also, when you're a 60 fighter, you can't solo. That's very true, yeah. 60 fighters cannot solo. They are pretty terrible. I mean, they can solo some stuff, but yeah, they're not a solo class by any means. They do already wear chain. Yeah, what he's saying is instead of Rangers wearing chain, they would turn into a bear to get the same armor class as chain, is what they're saying. That's his reasoning or whatever. I'll catch up in a second on that. I can't read all that while I'm quad kiting very well. Oh boy. Okay, I didn't aggro the stalker. Good. You don't think it works out to have abilities and spells on the same bar, especially when you have 20-minute plus cooldown? Yeah, I think they're going to be changing some of that. I mean, they're already they've already moved some abilities down to the hotbar down here, and spells and abilities over here. So we're probably going to see more of that, is my guess. All right. Your baby by your guild group. You talking about me? I am very babied by my guild and group. Yes. Gonna get fed gear like back in EQ. They kind of have to, yeah. If I'm looking for someone with a taunt button, I will throw them in. You don't always have a choice selection, but I'm saying it's nice for more classes to fill that role. I see your side as well. Well, yeah, I mean, I get it. I totally get that side of having more classes to fill that role. The problem is balancing that. Like, you're going to struggle to balance if you can make a DPS class work well enough as a tank. It's going to become the go-to tank for XP groups automatically, because they're going to be doing more damage than any of the tanks, with probably more utility than any of the tanks, and being able to XP or being able to tank well enough. You know, as long as you can heal them, that's all that matters. As long as they don't die, that's all that matters for XP groups. So if they can survive, the faster you kill, the better. And some would say that if you can kill things fast enough, then anything can tank. Like right now in this game, you could probably have a ranger or a monk tank a lot of content because mobs just die so quickly that it doesn't really matter. Like you could pretty much bring it to camp, stun it one time, that's 6 seconds right there, and then kill it, 6 seconds later. So, at certain levels, right? And then if you get a 20-second TTK, which it kind of remains that way up to like level 40 plus, like you could pretty much stun lock something, have an enchanter and have a cleric chain stun a mob, and you can have anybody tank it. Like literally a rogue could tank it at that point. So like that's the things that I look at. They gotta be very careful with the balance on that. Having other classes be able to fill that role is fine. I don't have an issue with that, but balancing that would be a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I mean, all tanks, not you. Oh yeah. I got you. Lower their armor class to leather, make their form short, bear like 2 to 5 minutes on a 5-minute cooldown, wolf form for travel. Yeah, I mean those ideas aren't bad. I don't have any issues with those ideas as long as they can balance it. But I feel like they would end up becoming the best overall tank for XP groups, and everyone. It's kind of the argument right now of people that are having with the cleric. Or just looking back at EverQuest, we can use that as an example. People preferred to have a cleric for their healer because they were the pretty much only healer. You wanted to have an enchanter for your party because they were the best at doing that, right? Like, so you end up finding out what the best is, and if you make it to where these DPS classes are higher DPS than the tanks, but can tank well enough, then you end up just having those as tanks until end game. But then everybody would be complaining, well, we don't have any in-game tanks, like it would just be a whole thing. So they got to balance it. That's all I'm saying. Just got to balance it. If they decide to go that route, but I don't think they're going to go that route. I really, really, really don't think that's where they're going with it. Off tanks are supposed to be temporary off tanks, like 30 seconds at most. At least that's where I think they're going to go with it. Complete heal was just busted. It was, yeah. Complete heal is kind of what did it. Just having that one ability made it to where clerics were the best overall healers. And that's the min-max that people are going to do in this game or any game, given the opportunity. And it may not be like that day one. It may not be like that, after a month, but it will eventually migrate to that if that is the option, if that's the best overall option. So, like, either give tanks an identity and give them a reason to have them in the group, or you might as well not even have a tank, like a tank class. Like, that's why I feel like the charm enchanter argument right now is kind of irritating to me, is because people are like, oh, they don't have an identity or whatever, and it's like they think that the charm is the entire identity of the enchanter, and it's like that's not true at all. Fighter and cleric definitely will never be best in groups. Probably not in this game. They probably won't. You're right. Yeah, fighters and clerics will most likely not be the best overall grouping classes. It'll probably still be something like a Shadow Knight or an Inquisitor or a Paladin with probably a Shaman, but we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, we haven't seen the changes, so we don't know what's going to be best. We really don't. But they kind of have hinted, because of those changes, like in those changes, they have said the cleric is the premier healer. It is the #1 healer. The gold standard is literally the quote that they gave. So I think I'm in the camp that thinks it would be healthier to just make tank classes more appealing to roll, but I'm uncertain as the best way to do that to keep the game balanced and fair. Tank people are going to play tank classes no matter what. Yeah, it may not be. Like I said, I it's just something I've heard. I have no idea. I'm sure there's a petition on it. I think Fighter will be really strong in the new iteration. They are. They're gonna. I think the Fighter is going to be the overall best tank. I think they've kind of clearly said that that's going to be the case. But it's going to be lower DPS than the Shadow Knight. It's not going to have the heals of the Paladin. It's not going to have the utility, I'm going to say, of the Inquisitor. So it's going to be limited in what it can do. It's going to do that one thing, though, very well. So I think Fighter is still going to be the overall in-game main tank. But to the point of what we were just talking about, I feel like the Fighter is going to be the last pick of the 4 tanks for a group. If you had access, let's say, you have a healer, you got some DPS, you have everything you need, 5 players in your party, and all you need is a tank, and you have access to all 4 tanks, all equally geared, and you don't know any of them. They're just random people, but they're all equally skilled and everything. You're probably going to pick Fighter last, as it currently stands, because it's going to be the lowest DPS or the lowest utility that's going to be added to the party. And really all it's going to do is make it easier for the healer to heal. But as long as the healer can keep up, then who cares? As long as the healer doesn't go out of mana to the point that it slows down fights, doesn't matter. You're going to want to have whoever does the most damage, most likely. So Shadow Knight's probably going to still be the king of group tanks. That's just my guess. The best physical... Yeah, it's going to be the best physical tank, which... the majority of this game is physical damage. So that's why it's probably going to be the best overall tank, because the majority of this game is physical damage. Now, if there's going to be certain fights that are going to have magical damage, then the Inquisitor is definitely going to shine in that situation. Charm is part of the core identity? No, that is incorrect. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Charm is not part of the core identity of the Enchanter. The Enchanter originally in EverQuest was made as a crowd control utility class. It was never intended to be a exclusive charm class and to do charm. Charm was meant to be like a crowd control that does damage, right? That's what it was meant to be. No, I haven't been following it. But yeah, I feel like over time, the Enchanter charm has become its identity just because it was so strong. But I don't think it was ever intended to be that way in the beginning. I really don't. It's in the description. Well, yeah, but not in the way that we used it. That's the thing, right? Are you talking about just charm being part of its identity? Sure, but not as a mainstay to do everything that an enchanter does, like for it to do DPS through charm. Charm was meant to be a crowd control ability that also did a little bit of damage, but its main reason was crowd control. It was to control the mob, to not attack your friends, and you could turn it on somebody else temporarily. It was not meant to be a let's charm a mob permanently or charm a bunch of mobs to constantly fight other mobs. That to me was not the intent. It just turned into that because it was really good. It was, in fact, overpowered to do that. Of course, people are going to find the path of least resistance. You know, like, of course they are. They're always going to do that. Oh my gosh. Couldn't stay there long enough. I need my XP bonus. And that wolf is going right to my campfire. Go away from my campfire. Oh my gosh. Of course, you're going to go. I need to contact a GM. This guy's camping my camp. This wolf is camping my camp. It's rude. You know, sometimes this works out really well, and then other times it's just like a disaster. Because I got all these stinking wolves that decided to come over here into my camp. Or into my pulling area. Enchanter was meant for me to 2-box and have mine parked in Plains of Power, giving out KEI for donations. Yeah, that happened too. Happened quite a bit. Oh my gosh. Dang, resists. All the resists. We're going to have to get these wolves out of here that are deciding to sit right in my camp. All right, we only got 7 minutes on Sal. Is it open? That's going to be the issue. If Charm stays in Charm, mobs should get like reduced DPS. I mean, I agree with that, right? I agree with that. Like Charm as a skill is fine. I don't have an issue with it. You want to buff me when you can? On Cradle. Well, go see if you can first. It's like 24/7 camped. Oh, okay. I did not see that. You want me to switch over and go do that, or are you guys just going to go do it, or what? All right. Is Andy there? All right, we can do that if you want. I'll switch over. Do you enjoy the wizard? I do, yeah. As far as tanks go, or discussion in regards to rating in general, there are people that will always min max, but I think the team's focus is more of the thematic experience and the journey. Makeshift groups. Well, that's the focus, yes. The design, it's not the intent. Yeah, it's not. I get that, right? I get that it's not the design, but you have to consider it. If you don't consider it, then people are going to break your game, right? And they don't want people to just break the game, because even if people, all right, I'm on. Hang on a second. Even if people, though, are not min-maxers, the game will still slowly lean in that direction, right? Even if they don't build the game around min-maxers, if they don't look at it at all and they just think, oh, everybody's just going to play the game as a role player, and that's all they're going to do, then that's... Just look at EverQuest. That's what the game was built as, and look what it turned into. I mean, it's... I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Most games start to go that direction. What are we doing today? Not much right now. Storm. Where's that? Is that the one that's outside? I mean, does anybody need... the only thing I would use off of there at this point would be a second wrist and then a weapon. Yeah, well, I have a little bit. My kiddo's coming over here in a little bit. Are you guys already running that way? Do you want to follow me? I'm not in your group, but I'm standing next to you. Are there items in game that have such huge impact on your character they become infamous, such as Mana Stone or Flowing Black Silk Sash? No, I mean Flowing Black Silk Sash is just a haste item. There's several haste items in the game, but nothing like the Mana Stone. Not that I know of. There are a few items though that are pretty sought after. I had more fun in groups than in raids a lot of the time. I mean, I had a lot of fun in groups, yeah. And I think that's a great way to play the game is in groups. And I'm glad that they are focusing on that. You know, like I really appreciate that they're focusing on that. Oh. Ready? All right. I don't disagree, and higher level play should be consideration to a degree. If a group is able to manage content in creative ways outside of the traditional group comp, then I say more power to them. Well, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm not saying that the opposite of that at all. When I played Final Fantasy 14 and did Ultimate Raids, there have been some groups that cleared the content without the traditional comp designed for the fight. And I'm fine with that. But what I'm saying is, like, you don't want to have it to the point where you can completely break the content, you know? I like the idea of having different group compositions to be able to do all of the different types of content in the game. That's fantastic. That's where balance comes in, though. When you looking at something like EverQuest, and people have said this many times, that EverQuest, I probably will here soon though. My son's coming over. That EverQuest. People, you have to have a fighter or warrior to be the main tank, right? You have to. And they're like, you can't do it any other way. I don't know that I like that idea. And I think that's the thing of having different types of group compositions, you know? I think that's a really good thing overall. So I don't think anybody's really arguing that, you know, you should be able to have that type of gameplay. I think people are just trying to say that, like, if you make it to where one class stands out well above the others, then it's going to make it to where everybody plays that class or everybody wants that class around for whatever reason. So you don't want that either. So you have to have a balance in there. You know, one of the things about EverQuest people didn't like for the longest time was that every group required an enchanter. You know, like Enchanter was just, if you don't have an Enchanter in your party, you couldn't do half the content in the game. You had to have them in your party. And a lot of people didn't like that. They're like, oh, Enchanters are too strong because of that. This was before Charm. before anybody was using charm, people would say that enchanters were required for a group. And a lot of people got kind of burnt by that and like, well, I want to be able to play a DPS class in a group. Like, why can't I play something else that can also CC? So, yeah. I think that you have to balance around that kind of stuff. You have to consider it, at the very least. That's why I like currently other DPS classes that have minor CC abilities. Yeah, well, that's the reason World of Warcraft went the direction they went. The World of Warcraft is like, we're going to remove the Enchanter, which also removed Charm at the same time. We're just going to remove that class from the game, and we're going to give the CC abilities to the Rogue and to the Mage. Right? So now we have a DPS class, 2 different DPS classes, that can sheep mobs or sap mobs for the CC. And that kind of didn't solve the problem, but it definitely fixed the issue of requiring an enchanter in every group. Where are we going? I don't know. I'm just told to run over here to Glass Flats. We're going to some camp. I don't know. I think Kaz is wanting me to come over and kill something. I believe in WoW, there's a thing called mind control. Okay, I mean, I don't know how it works, but I don't see people ever running around in World of Warcraft charming mobs consistently and in groups and using charm mobs to fight other mobs like for hours and hours and hours on end. Like, you just don't see it. So, like, charm is not... It doesn't function the same as in WoW as it does in EverQuest or Monsters of Memories. Mind control lets you direct... Okay, so mind control is more of a channeled ability then. So you can only play as that monster. You can no longer play as your character, which does fix that. Like, if they did that in this game, they made it charm, whereas you charm a mob and you control that mob now, and then you no longer control your character. That could be a fix to charm for this game. And they could leave it just as strong as it currently is, because you no longer have access to your mez abilities and your mana drains and your stuns and, you know, all of that other things that you could be doing while you're mind controlling or charming. But right now, charm is like, okay, I'm charming a mob, so I'm doing more DPS than any other player in the game, and at the same time, I have access to mez and haste and slows and stuns and, like, you know, all of these other buffs and things. Like, that's where it crosses the line. You know, charm itself is not too strong in a vacuum, sure, but when you put it up against everything else in the game, well, now it becomes a problem. They used it on the first fight in BWL. Yeah. Yeah, mind control is a channeled spell. It's very situational. Yeah, exactly. It's a very different situation or different animal. Every group needed a tank and healer. I feel the same about that. No, I feel differently about that because there were multiple tanks and multiple healers. Whereas in EverQuest, there was only one enchanter. Like, nothing replaced the enchanter in EverQuest. Like, even a bard couldn't really replace an enchanter. They were good, they were nice to have, but they didn't really replace an enchanter. Yeah, bard kind of tried, exactly, the Crow. Like, it kind of tried, but it didn't really replace it. If it's a channel ability and it removes the risk versus reward, sure. It could. Yeah, it could remove the risk versus reward to it if it's channeled like that. Unless you make it to where it can break. It's still channeled, but it can also break. then you still have that risk there. Oh boy. God. No, this is fun. Are there mounts in the game? There are mounts. They do not run faster than a player. It's kind of silly. All right, I'll give it a minute. Got to focus to run across this sandstorm. I think risk reward is a bad argument for charm. With enough gear, charisma, and support, there isn't much risk. There's almost no risk in this game. There is no risk reward in this game for charm right now. Uh-oh. Sounds like my kiddo's here. So I think that's going to be the end of the day for me on my stream because my son's here. But yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. We had some good talks today. Some good talks. So let me go check on him, get him here inside. And I appreciate everybody being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. I will be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. We're not going to do a long stream tomorrow. It's probably only going to be a couple hour stream tomorrow. But I will be on for a few hours in the morning. And then I've got like volleyball and stuff. I got a whole slew of things we got to do tomorrow. So take care. Have a good one. See you next time. And be good. Be good.